Get everybody up. Uh, oh, mine's not working. Wait a minute. Come on, camera. There we go. So, hello to everybody out in YouTube land, wherever you are from, and whatever your time zone is. We welcome you to episode 40. If you told me I would be doing 40 episodes, I'd be saying, I don't think so, my friend. But here we are at number 40. We would have had 43 if I didn't have to take 2 weeks, 1 week of sick leave, and 2 weeks of I'm out of state, so I can't do the show for 2 episodes. And so as you can see, you folks out there can see, I have Tim, aka Mozman, on the show as well, and Roy is here, man, and he's doing pretty darn good, and he's probably complaining about food and and beat up his doctors a little bit, and he's feeling good about that. The beating up doctors part, I'm sure, didn't bother him too much. So we got Nikan in the house, and let's see, Albert. Hello, Albert. Good to see you. And we'll wait till obviously we get up into the mid-20s here before we get into any serious conversation. Yeah, Tim's struggling here with my dog. It's killing
him. So he's feeding the dog.
So he's the new ball boy.
Well, no, I'm the ball boy still.
Yeah, he's still the ball boy.
Patches doesn't let anybody. Patches doesn't even let my wife throw the ball.
Oh,
it has to be Daddy.
Okay.
She just does not allow anybody else. When she does allow somebody else to do it, I'm in shock. It's pretty rare.
Oh my God.
But there was I think last week's show, was really kind of cool because we talked about so many different subjects, and I think we had really good conversation. I expect that we're going to have that again tonight. Like I said, we got a couple mini presentations to do to share with people. We got a handful of things to talk about. Nikon rumors. I'm going to talk about that new Godox flash, and I'm going to show you their video of the flash, which is about maybe 5 minutes long. It's not going to kill anybody to watch it. And I think, who knows, it may end up being something on your bucket list, or maybe your birthday's coming up, or your wife owes you a favor. Maybe she owes you $250 worth of favors. And then maybe you can coerce her into buying you a flash, or if you're one of our few female photographers on the show, maybe you can nudge your husband at night and wake him up and say, you got $250, right?
Hey.
I want that flash. So as you probably heard through Nikon rumors, and really you didn't need to hear it through Nikon rumors. We're all making the assumption that at some point Nikon's going to do cinematic lenses to support the Red product line. And so, that's pretty much a given. And they'll say that's a rumor. It's going to happen. It's more than a rumor. It's going to happen. It's just that none of this stuff that some people try to make out is going to happen like any day now. You're talking 2 years or better for any of this stuff to happen. And I don't know why everybody thinks like Red and Nikon, had some underground deal, from 5 years ago or something, and all this stuff was planned out. And the reality is, no, that's not what happened. And, you can hear the story of how it happened by watching an interview that's available on Nikon Rumors. And you'll get a better understanding of how everything kind of fell into place, in part due to the lawsuit that was filed, that Red filed against Nikon. And things kind of you could say they kind of had a cooling off period a little bit where things were getting, talked about a lot. I think the lawyers were probably getting kind of tired, and they kind of calmed down a little bit, and then they just had some general conversation amongst the bigwigs. And next thing you know, as they say, bada bing, bada boom, things happened, and here we are. So, but it's going to be years before, we see any real serious tangible results. I mean, obviously we can stuff like firmware or firmware updates or things like that may or may not be able to happen. And obviously, maybe some of the Nikon glass, which has been even the older Nikon glass, which has been modified over the years to be used in cinema uses, may get modified even more with more current lenses.
Well, Nikon used to make cine lenses.
And yeah, and
like that one.
Here's
many years ago, Nikon made these lenses.
Yeah, okay.
For cine.
Wow.
That's in your collection, Roy?
No, it's not. I've been thinking about it.
You're thinking about it. See, you've had a little time. To think, and then when you have time to think, that could be a very dangerous thing.
Yes, it is.
And I want to say hello to Martin Hild. Martin finally got back to Germany. He had quite a journey through the United States. I hope he had a great time. It was a pleasure to meet him and his wife and get to meet them and do a little photography with them. Wonderful people, as are, all the people that join us on this chat. We're all like-minded folks. And when it comes to photography, and we just enjoy it, and we don't all shoot the same brand, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And we all have our what we like to support and what works best for us. And that's what matters, is you get what works best for you. You don't have to apologize for whatever you use, whether it be a 20-year-old camera or a camera that just came out, 2 months ago. It doesn't matter, as long as it satisfies you, because you're the only one that really matters, right? Everybody else is just an opinion or a critic, right? So you do what you want to do and enjoy the ride, as they say. Take what you want to take and have a good time. So Martin, I'm glad that you're home, and you're probably going to be like, need to take another week's vacation to just like sleep. To recover from all that traveling. I mean, how many? I know at one point he had over 5,000 miles on the car, and he was only like halfway through his vacation time. So I don't know if he went over 10,000 miles in the end or whatever. But if he wants to share that information, that would be interesting to know. If the rental car company was very sad when they got the keys back. Chuck, Tim and I tried to call Chuck earlier around 5:00 Eastern time today. We got his voicemail, asked him to give us a call back, and he was either busy or what have you. We didn't hear from him. So I don't really have an update on what his situation is. I mean, obviously he's been on the show a few times, and he's still working on with the speech therapist and working on that, which is kind of like the last tangible item on the list, that he's trying to address and take care of, and he's come a long way, but he's still working on that. He says 7,000 miles. Martin says 7,000 miles in all. That's a good, decent trip. The sad thing is, I told my wife, I says, Martin in 2 weeks saw more of the United States than I have, and I've lived here my whole life. I said, so that makes me feel pretty stupid and bad, because he comes from another country, and he comes over and he sees more of the country than most of us that live in the country do.
And a road trip is different, correct? Than flying around, because you get to learn, a little bit of the landscape and how things change gradually.
Hello, Long Rider. Good to see you. And he says they drive faster in Germany. You know, they got the Autobahn. So, I mean, they definitely, if they want to drive fast, they could drive very, very fast. Of course, you could drive pretty fast in Texas, too. You know, if you go to Texas, you can get away with a lot of heavy feet. You can get away with it. A lot of straight roads, nobody really around to pull you over. Who else we got here that I maybe missed? You guys see anybody that we got Luke in here. Good. Hello, Luke. I didn't see you earlier. And Mookie is in here. And yeah, and Albert's kind enough to always pop in and keep us honest. So I guess we got, we'll talk about a few things here. Let me get my cheat sheet out. I always have a cheat sheet because
photo review.
When you get to a certain age, you know, if you don't have something to remind you, you forget. Simple as that. So here's like next week we have the photo review next Saturday. Here's a reminder. Now we're in pretty good shape, but I'll take as many pictures as the rest of you that haven't sent anything in. We're currently at 48 images, and that's not including mine. So if I throw mine in, which I haven't picked yet, we'd be up to 53, which is respectable. But we got another week where people could send in images. So I don't care if we have 70, 75, whatever we have, we're going to show them all. We will stay on the air until we go over every single image that people send in. So don't feel like, oh, we got enough. You don't need to see mine. If you have any you want to send in, you send them in. They will be shown and shared. And no one's are any more important than anybody else's. So we appreciate you taking the time to do it. And obviously, that's the fact that we have so many people that are willing to share is what makes the show as good as it is, because it's not about any of us on the panel. It's really about collectively everybody that is nice enough to come on and visit us and create conversation. So I'll put this reminder up a few times during the show because we have people come in and people leave, and we want to just keep everybody informed and make sure they're aware of what's going on. Mookie, there's no theme for the photo review session. The only comment I made is I did share what I thought was kind of a comical photo in last week's photo review. And I said, if you have something that puts a smile on your face or you find a little bit humorous, don't hold back. Feel free to share that as a image out of the grouping that you send in, and that would be fine. I'm actually going to share some images probably in the next minute or two that were sent in from a couple people right there. A couple people sent in some images. Now, one person's was very funny. The other person thought they were funny. I thought they were slightly disturbing. But I guess I don't know. Is this disturbing and funny the same thing? I don't know. I'll let you guys be the judge of that. But I will throw those up. Some things that we will talk about. Some of the things obviously that come up on Nikon Rumors, because it's we're a Nikon centric channel. Even though I like to think that we're pretty loose on that. We embrace every brand and every photographer, no matter what they use, even if they're shooting film cameras. There is no shame here if you're shooting film, because something I want to do more of myself and do occasionally, but I want to do a little bit more of it. But it's just about getting out there and sharing what you do. So other than a comical image, if you have it out of the group that you send in, it's whatever you like to shoot. Now there were some, one thing that put a smile on my face is, Nikon Rumor says that They call it a Nikon service point. I don't know. To me, it's a service facility or whatever. They call it a service point in Germany, and they were listing the Z6 III and the Z7 III. So they're obviously conjecture. Is that a typographical error? Is that real? And sometimes you wonder, in the back of your mind, you wonder if some things are planned teases. That Nikon says, "Oh, let somebody do this and let's see if anybody notices." You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You wonder if it's like, just something to see how many people notice, get the attention back up again, talking about those cameras. And there was so much talk about the Z6 III really in more than the last 6 months, and really very little to no talk about a Z7 III. And we all know that historically that when those cameras were being revved, they either came out at the same time or like within a month of each other. So they were pretty much around the same time when they both came out. So everybody, including myself, was assuming if they were going to make a Z7 III, and I have an opinion that whether they really need one or not, but you would think that would have been a big part of the discussion over the last 6 months, but it's really been all Z6 III talk and really no Z7 III talk. So we'll see if they come out with both at the same time again. They're going to surprise some people, that's for sure. I'm going to share. Give me a second I have to open up these files so I can share the images. So that gives me a second. I got to clog up my desktop a little bit here.
Well, the Z6 III is out and about, so I know a few people that got the demo version.
They have demos out there now.
Very likely to come out soon.
So you mentioned that last week. So do you have the incline? Does somebody already have the camera?
Yes, I know someone that's got the demo version.
Ooh.
So it's not going to be long now.
Breaking news. Yeah, for you.
I haven't seen it myself, though. That's the worst part. I'd be happier if I saw it myself.
Yeah. So what color is it?
Black.
Black.
What color is it? Yeah, and if he shows it to you, then you're going to be black and blue if he shows it to you. I'm going to share our little comical images here, and I'll start with the one that David Stewart sent me because I have this problem that happens to me all the time as well. But so I'm glad to see that Canada has the same issue that we have in the United States. So we will throw this image up as a share here.
Yeah, this didn't happen in Canada, though. This happened in Madeira.
Ah, okay.
You can see the corner of the EU license plate there.
Okay. But hey, I know, like I think I told David, my wife's close friend is someone who has a heavy foot, and if we always go to the movies together every week. Typically every weekend we go see a movie together, and then we go out to have what I call winner, lunch and dinner combo. And if we could leave the parking lot at the same time, and then she's always there first, I'm always way behind her. I don't have the heavy foot, so I get passed by girls all the time. And when I was growing up, I got passed by girls all the time as well, but not driving. So now we got one.
You got one finally, correct?
Oh, finally, yeah. But I've known her since she was like 10 years old. So
Exactly.
Now Gustavo sent a few in as well, and there's nothing worse than a bird that turns its back on you, or should I say, turns its head on you. And that's kind of scary. I mean, that's like, you can look at that and say, did somebody chop the head off?
Exactly.
Is the head still there? That freaks me out. Birds that can do that, just turn their heads like that. That's just.
Well, imagine you being behind the camera. Suddenly you see this.
Yeah, it's like shocking. This is what I meant by disturbing. If you want to say it's funny, but it's also kind of disturbing.
When you see it repeated again and again, then it becomes funny. The first time you say, "What?"
So then he has another one that he threw in here too.
So not to be so disturbing.
Yeah, not so much.
I like the second one better. The first one,
this was like the preview to the one that you just saw. This was like the preview of coming attractions, and the coming attractions is what you just saw. But this was the preview.
So that's what you see from the other side.
Yeah, that's just wow. Yeah. What can I say? I know my head doesn't rotate like that.
And they were doing it all the time. So believe it or not, and I don't understand, how singing with biology, this is supposed to be some sort of display that is supposed to be aggressive towards other birds. Okay. But I would say that is let them a little bit exposed, correct? But it kind of dominant. So some of the dominant birds will do this to the less dominant birds. You do this. It's actually called the head throwback display. Okay? But when you haven't seen it and suddenly you see it, then it's amazing. So zooming a little bit on the faces, you can, Jeff, because I like the photo. I mean,
I got John in the wings here, so I'll just kind of make it larger. I can't really zoom it because of how it's on my system, but I could just make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah,
I'll have you on in a second, and so hang in there with us. But yeah, it's scary, and when they think that that's going to keep things from bothering it, if anything, they'd probably be sitting there saying, "Oh, it looks dead to me. Let's go eat it." I would think it's just the opposite. I mean, I don't know that that's really a good thing. It'd be like it's almost inviting the party, inviting the other birds for a party. We're gonna bring Mr. Ishii in here. Hello, John.
Hey, nice to see you guys. Though, look at nice to see Roy.
Yes, very nice. Very nice to see.
Yeah, look at that smile.
Yeah, right there. That guy right there. Oh, actually, so we can see him better. We're gonna drag. See, we can drag him over, guys.
So, are you at home, Roy? Are you at home?
I'm doing well.
Good. You made it. I assume you're back at home, right? At your house.
Yes, I am.
Oh, good for
Been
you.
at home nearly a week now.
God, you look like $1 million, huh? Jeff?
Get your carotid arteries checked. Trust me. It's a tiny little ultrasound check, and you won't go through what I went through.
Okay. So you got a stroke, huh?
Yeah, you got the blood clot from the carotid arteries, and I just got mine checked with an ultrasound like a month ago. Get them checked, because if they catch it early, you're not going to have, you're going to mitigate the risk of stroke dramatically, especially if they find, a 70% blockage or something. They're going to go in there and clean you out and take care of it. And better to do that than have to go through a stroke. Yeah. So the ultrasound, I had an ultrasound on my arteries in my neck, and I had the abdominal aorta aneurysm, make sure I didn't have that. And I had them both done at the same time. And I was in and out in less than an hour, maybe an hour tops. No pain, just an ultrasound, and didn't cost me, my insurance paid for, I think I only paid $50. Insurance paid for the rest.
So was it a cardiologist that does it?
No, you just do it. I just had it done at my regular primary care physician's office. They just have someone that comes in with the equipment, and they have a room for them, and they just do it right there. I didn't have to go to a specialty care area or anything like that. I just did it in the doctor's office. So, I mean, it all depends where you live and how
I'll
your
make an
medical
appointment tomorrow then.
how your medical thing is situated. But yeah, I mean, I had a friend at work years ago that had blockages on both sides that were both bad enough to cause a stroke, and he had the surgery on one side, and then he recovered from that, and he went in and did the surgery on the other side. But he had stents put in, and Roy said they don't. Well, at least where he is anyway, they don't do the stents anymore. They actually bypass the artery, and they scrape and clean out the walls and get rid of all the plaque or whatever's in there, and then they close you back up, and they don't put a stent in at all. Because they said sometimes when they put the stent in, they get too many particulates that can still work their way up to your brain or whatever and cause a stroke. So they're instead of a stent, they're just doing a roto-rooter job on the affected area and stitching it back up, and that's that. No stent. So he had one side, on his neck. He had to have it done.
Well, I'm gonna go get it done tomorrow. I'm gonna make an appointment.
Yeah, it's a very serious thing, and the problem is it's not something that when you have your yearly physical, it's never something that your doctor is going to check for. They might put the stethoscope up on your neck once in a while to listen, if listen to the blood or whatever, but they don't actually have the test done. And it's like I told my doctor, I mean, I'm adopted. I don't have any medical history. I don't know what my medical history is. So I said, I want to have this test done. I want to have that test done because I don't know. I don't know what my risk factor is for anything. So if it costs me money out of pocket, it costs me money out of pocket. I'd rather pay the money than have something serious happen. So
sure.
It's just
all those tests are free here.
Yeah, it's just something that everybody should definitely do. Definitely do it.
Okay.
But yeah, don't waste any time thinking about it. Just make a phone call and do it.
Yeah, it's a very nasty operation if you have to get it fixed.
Well, we have a good friend in Australia, and we're in Perth, right? Well, outside of Perth, and he had a very similar situation, but the walls of the were so thin that the doctors felt that it could be very dodgy to go in there and put a stent in there because because the walls were too thin. But somehow or another, he through some medication, he survived. But,
hello to Rakesh, and yes, Roy is here. So
yes,
it's good to see him. He's here. He's looking dapper. He looks like he's ready out and conquer the world, and he's already talking.
Yeah,
talking about things that John. He's talking about things that's going to cost him money. He's talking about camera stuff. He's talking about.
I just to see a Roy's face compared to a few weeks ago. I mean, he looks like $1 million. I mean, his skin tone's better. His face is thinner. He's got a lot more glow. He's like a different guy. I was shocked.
Well,
cars too.
Is that our friend from down under? I couldn't believe it.
Well, the face thinner part happens when you're eating hospital food.
Yes.
I mean, look at his smile.
Yeah, he's definitely, like I said, it's very, very fortunate that
Roy and I are born on the same day. We're born on the same day in the same year.
Wow!
Get your carotid arteries checked.
Oh, really? Your birthday?
Both born on June 21st, 1956. Right?
Wow. That's kind of
a couple years old, couple hours earlier.
Yeah, that's definitely that's interesting.
So that makes you almost twins.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
I was.
That's why we look alike.
I was born like 12 noon. What time were you born?
2 a.m.
I see.
Different time zone.
He's older than me.
Yeah, but it could have been a long labor.
Different
Yeah.
time zone.
Yeah, that's definitely
Oh, that's long.
definitely unusual to know anybody that has your same age and same birthday. That's pretty.
Oh, I was shocked when I looked at his Facebook. I said, "Hey, those dates look pretty familiar." Oh, it's good to see you, Roy. We missed you, man.
Thank you.
Now he could haunt all the other live streams on YouTube as well.
Yes.
Yes.
And I will too.
And he will. Yes. He has to make up for lost time now. So he's going to be in rare form. So we don't know what he's going to throw at us tonight. You know, hopefully none of his gear, because I wouldn't want him to see him. I wouldn't want to see him break any of his gear.
Well, I've been kind of MIA because I had a big job to do with Gibson guitars and Fuji film, so I had to shoot the guitar at the store in here, and it was very interesting using Pro Photo. I'm telling you, that Pro Photo is the way to go. The Godox would, after a while, you get what you pay for at the end of the day, Jeff. The Godox, after about 5 minutes, continue shooting, the color temperature will change. It'll start getting more yellow.
Mm.
And it'll overheat and it'll shut down, as opposed to Pro Photo, which costs like at least 6 times more.
Yeah.
The color temperature is consistent throughout the entire shoot, and it doesn't overheat. So
I like Godox because I'm always breaking them.
And you gotta, you get what you pay for, right?
So how many flashes were you using, John?
Well, I only need one.
Yeah, okay.
Only one.
Did you were using the 810?
Huh?
You were using an 810?
Yeah, I think that's the one that actually belongs to Diana, but I think it was the 810. The expensive one. And
they don't make anything that falls in the cheap department. That's for sure.
And then I use the big diffuser. I'll post it up for you once. I'm just working on it now. But what was interesting though, Jeff, is that I took a picture of my hand using the what do you call it? Light meters, Seconic light meter. Yeah. Because you got to take a reading, on different parts of the guitar, because you got the body, you got the neck, and you got the head, right? And each one is going to have different readings, when you pop it. So then that's all it was. Just a picture of my hand with the light meter, and I posted it on the GFX Facebook. Oh my God, the amount of flame I got was unbelievable.
What?
And you go, what can they argue about? Oh, you don't need those anymore. What for? You just use the TTL or whatever on the camera and you should be fine. I said, what are you, on glue? You cannot, because you need tone. You need the tone from the bottom to the top. You can't have the same reading from the neck to the body, right? If one's going to be 12.2 and the other one's 7.6, you don't want a consistent 12.6 f-stop through the whole thing. Otherwise, there's no tone to it. But the amount of flame, I'm telling you, Jeff, is just toxic.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm in a situation where I'm not worrying about it anymore. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's just interesting.
They could light my shorts on fire all they want. I don't really care.
Well, they were lighting fire on other people's shorts, not mine. I didn't care, but they were.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
it's just. At each other. Don't these old codgers got nothing else to do?
I don't know.
We are supposed to be the retired ones here.
Yeah, it's just silly what it doesn't take much. It does not take much of anything to hit the bee's nest, if you know what I'm saying.
Just a photo. That's all it was.
Yeah, it's like, appreciate what the person did, learn from how they did it. If you think you got a better way of doing it, then you have a right to your opinion. Then go out and do it that way and see what result you get. But you don't have a reason to beat up on somebody that's just trying to share information, and actually did it, and you see the result. Okay, not only they're not just talking theoreticals, they actually, you actually did it. You said what you did. You showed the result. What else can you do? I mean,
exactly.
That's yeah, it's kind of sad how things are. It's just.
So what do you think, John, about? I mean, I do like it, correct? Obviously, when we learn Flash, and I'm not a big Flash guy, but on the Pro Photo, the system that have you, you dial the numbers one stop at a time, the 0 to 10 on the intensity.
I'm going to move you over here, John, to the bigger screen here.
Looks nice.
So did you have to take pictures of several guitars, or did they have you focus on one?
I just did two because I mean it's a lot of work, to you can't do a whole bunch of these things. It's just too much time. But it came out
yeah,
okay.
So you're doing so you see you're taking Roy's work away from him doing product photography.
Well, I'm retired now for some reason.
No,
I'm definitely retired now.
I did this pro bono for Fujifilm because they got me that limited edition, what was
the special edition.
Special
the
edition.
Yeah. They got it for Diana, so I said, okay, I basically did it pro bono for them.
So she's using it, but you haven't had a chance to steal it from her yet, huh?
No, she won't let me use it.
But do you shoot it with a Fuji camera, or do you shoot it with a Nikon camera?
Oh, I gotta shoot. It's Fuji. I gotta use the Fuji.
He had to use the Fuji. If he doesn't use the Fuji, they say that's Fuji. If you don't use
exactly.
The Fuji. Yeah. I mean, the Fuji guys were there. I can't go in there with a Nikon. There's no
exactly.
No, I use a GFX with the tilt and shift.
Okay.
Well, you would have to do what David does. David puts the gaffer tape or whatever on all his camera bodies so nobody knows what it is. So you say, no, it may look like a Nikon, but do you see Nikon anywhere on this? You don't see Nikon on this. It's a Fuji. Believe me, it's a Fuji.
Black painter's tape works better. It doesn't leave a residue.
I just use electrical tape. It works good enough.
Yeah, but it leaves a residue.
Doesn't matter. I don't take it off.
It doesn't take it off till it starts curling up around the edges.
David, I do the same thing when I travel. I always cover it up.
Yeah, it's I actually bought a bottle of black fingernail polish and I'll paint them.
I haven't gotten that far.
Well, the way I look at it is the camera is damaged. It drops the resale value, but doesn't affect the insides.
Of course not.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sell the damn thing anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Joey's going to try to come in later tonight. So, okay, Joe, we'll see you later. And as you can see, Mr. Roy is back, alive and well, beat up a few doctors. The police are probably ready to knock on his door and take him away for, assault and battery. But hey, it's always fair in love and war and doctors and patient relationships. So you do what you got to do.
Put David big there to see his camera, the A50.
but see over here what it says?
The 8.
Yeah. You don't have one of them?
No.
That's so yeah.
Hey, I like that red body cap.
There's two on the.
Well, it's something to do with Roy. It is. all my F mount lenses and anything that's F mount where lens goes, I got a red cap. Anything that's Z mount, it's yellow. So I can just look, and I'm the same as Roy.
Less confusing.
Oh yeah, and I blame all of this on Roy because he come up with a good idea.
See, I would put the yellow lens caps on anything that you don't really like.
No, that's what the red ones are for. DX lenses.
Yeah. Well, or you have green. Green is go, or green is good. Red is stop. Don't use this lens. And
No, green is used by Nikon themselves to show work in progress cameras.
Oh, really?
Mm.
That's a good idea.
Or repairs.
So, Mr. Tim and I went out shooting today.
Oh, cool.
For a little while, and then we had to go out and we had to get some sustenance for later on during the show. And you're not going to see Tim a lot on the screen here because he's suffering from allergies, and my dog is killing him right now indirectly, not on purpose, but he's having a rough time with the allergies from my dog. So he had to get some spice drops to snack on later. So he got spice drops, and then he got let's see.
No M&Ms?
Lifesavers butter rum, hard candy.
That's
and
my favorite.
Me, I am a sucker. Of course, I find the big package, right? So you know how our friend Chuck always had the very large bag of M&Ms. Well, there's one thing I probably like even more than M&Ms, and it's these guys.
Oh, yes.
You could crack your teeth on these suckers, but I love them anyway. So if later on in the show, if you hear a lot of cracking sounds, it's either my teeth or I'm actually eating some of these while we're doing the show. So don't take offense to it. But
so did you wait for the skimmers, the blood skimmers?
Well, I was supposed to go to North Carolina Friday. I had to cancel because some of you may know I have roof damage on my house. So the insurance adjuster came out and said, "Can I come out Friday?" So I had to cancel going to Wilmington on Friday so that the insurance adjuster and the roofer could walk on the roof of my house and find out how much more was wrong with it.
And that was the new roof after the hurricane, correct?
I never had it. The roof on this house is only 8 years old.
I know, but you have some damage before on the hurricane.
I had damage twice before. The last three storms I've had damage.
Wow.
I paid for the first two out of pocket. When the third one happened, I said, this is going to be a never-ending saga. I'm getting the insurance company and I'm going to try to get a new roof out of this because there's something not right. It's just not right. So we'll see. We'll see what they do for me. I don't know. Time will tell. But anyway, so now I'm going to go to do the skimmers with Tim on Monday morning.
All right.
So I'm going to go Monday morning. I'm going to bring my fluid head tripod Gustavo and carry that for however long a trek I have on the beach with my heavy tripod and try to get some nice steady video footage of nesting skimmers and mating skimmers or whatever we can find, and we'll see what happens. I'll tell you, Martin wrote to me. I used the 100, the 180 to 600 today, and to be quite honest with you, is it worth what it cost? Yes. Is it? But it is definitely not the same level in terms of autofocus accuracy. In my opinion, versus like your 600 PF or my 800 PF or that type of a lens. Of course, the price difference isn't close to the same anyway. But I just find myself having to take a few extra pictures, a few extra shots of any given subject just to make sure that I get one that's to the quality that I want to have. I have to take a few extra pictures to make sure that I get the one or two shots that I really want to make sure are tack sharp or whatever, which I don't necessarily, not that I don't take extra shots with every lens, but I find myself having to take a few more with this lens just to make sure that I get, what I want to get. But, I think it's worth the money. Just like the old 2-5, for the F mount. I had that lens when it came out on my D850, and I got a lot of great shots with that lens. But it was kind of the same thing. You didn't. The keeper rate isn't the same as it is for obviously a dedicated fixed telephoto lens is going to outshine a zoom lens any time. The zoom is
great value, but I find at 600 it's a little soft.
Yeah.
The BF, right?
No, the zoom at 600.
Yeah.
180 to 600.
Yeah. Remember, I made a presentation, correct?
Yeah, and it's noticeable. When you shoot something that's better, and then you shoot that, and then you get the images on your computer, and you go, "Boy, that's not quite what I was hoping for."
But the issue is, as we know, the flexibility, correct?
Yeah, the flexibility. Yeah,
it's
and it's fantastic value.
Yes,
exactly, value and flexibility.
Yeah, but it's just that you can't. One should not assume that that it's equal to the higher tier products. Because it's not.
Well, that's good to know.
But is it a good tool in your bag? Yes. Should it be? Is it something that makes it so that you feel you don't ever need to get anything else? I would say no. Eventually, you're going to want to get something a little bit higher.
It's affordable. I think it compares well to the Sony 200 to 600. I think it's better than the Sony for video.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's really nice and smooth for video. Yeah, it's
you think is just as good as a Sigma?
I've never owned a Sigma, so I can't comment on that. I've never really owned that many third-party lenses in my lifetime. I think I had one Sigma wide-angle lens decades ago, and I still have a Tokina F mount wide-angle zoom lens, like a 16 to 28 or 17 to 28, something like that, which I do like. I do like that lens quite a bit, but I don't buy a lot of third-party glass personally, but that's just me.
I think the 180 to 600 is a good choice if you're just getting into birding and that, and you're on a budget, and you couldn't do better than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I had to use it for the area that I was shooting in, because it wasn't like it was like many times you're in a situation where you don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of your ability to use your feet as a zoom, or with an 800 or 600, and sometimes you have no room to walk forward or necessarily walk backwards. You're in a very tight zone, and then you wish you had to zoom because you're cutting off part of the bird. You're not fitting the whole bird in the frame. You're trying to change your angle. You're trying to move away, and then sometimes the time you spend trying to reposition yourself, the subject is now gone or you missed the shot. So a zoom has its place in everybody's bag. There's no doubt about that, because it's a difference between getting a shot and sometimes in getting no shot.
Well, and if you have, you go to the national parks and you have mammals, big mammals, buffalo and elk, and having the flexibility of a zoom is essential, correct? If you are mostly doing birds, even in a place like your area there, they tend to be compared with a bison a lot smaller or compared with an elk, correct? So I think that's the place for that lens, correct?
Yeah. Well, I think what's interesting with you're talking bison, or if you were like taking a picture of black bear, when you have a subject, whether it be a bird or a mammal, and it's predominantly one color, and especially a dark color, that's harder for the camera to focus on. You don't have the contrast. You don't have the contrast of another color on that subject, and you sometimes you have to, switch to manual focus, or you have to take, like I said, you got to take a burst of shots, because your first shot that gets taken more than likely is a throwaway shot. It's not going to be sharp enough. You got to take several reiterations of that subject matter to get the one you want, because dark fur, dark animals, predominantly dark animals, bird life, mammal life, whatever, are a little bit difficult for the camera to deal with. A few other things that came out from Nikon rumors. Here we go, third-party stuff. PerGear is coming out, or has a 25 millimeter f1.7 APS-C manual focus lens. It sells for $69 with that's including an 8% discount via a code PerGear 2517 through Amazon. Amazon is selling a lot of these Chinese lenses, probably more so than some of the major camera retailers. They may sell some of them, not necessarily all of them, but it seems like they're showing up on Amazon like crazy. And then, you could get the same discount with a different code through PerGear's own website as well. But $69 for a 25 millimeter f1.7 is a crazy price, and it'd be interesting to see what the reviews are. And when we kind of know that the reviews are usually, they're decent. They're not, obviously they're not going to compare to any of the camera brands' prime offerings that cost probably 5 times more, or maybe even 10 times more. But for someone on a budget that just wants to be able to get that angle of view and have something, these lenses are attractive to those folks, and at least it gets them started. It gets them helps them out, gets them started what they might want to, they might get something better down the road, but you got to start somewhere. They got a Venus Optics Laowa 15 millimeter f5 cookie lens. I don't know where they come up with these lens names. Cookie lens. You're going to have cracker lenses next. How about French toast lens? I don't know.
Cookie used to be a brand many years ago.
Yeah. Manual focus for full frame. That's coming soon from Venus Optics Laowa 15 millimeter f5 for the Z mount. Viltrox has an autofocus 40 millimeter f4.5 full frame for $158. And there's a 7 Artisans 50 millimeter f1.8 full frame for $228. A lot of cost-effective products out there, but you want to understand. Some of these lenses have USB ports on them to do firmware updates on the lenses. Some don't. So you want to understand how do you get an upgrade? How do you download any firmware update that's in the lens? How do you got to go about it? And then you also have that little concern in the back of your head is, does it work as advertised with Nikon? And will Nikon's under no obligation to support that company's lens unless they're kind of partnered with them. If they're not partnered with them, Nikon has no obligation to make sure that your Viltrox lens works on that camera body 6 months from now. They have no obligation to do that. I mean, if it's a Tamron lens and they've got an agreement with Tamron, which we know they do, they're going to probably make sure that they don't do anything that affects Tamron product that's made for Nikon. They're going to be good to them. But if it's people that are reverse engineering stuff, which is a lot of what these Chinese lenses are, they have no obligation to make sure those lenses work 6 months from now, a year from now. That one should not expect that. So you take a little bit of a risk. You're saving the money, but eventually maybe the lens won't work. You really don't know.
Well, Jeff, I picked up a 15 millimeter Laowa f2 manual focus, and I don't care about software updates, whatever, because this thing doesn't talk to the camera.
Yeah.
But it does what I wanted to do, because I use it for Aurora. It's all manual anyway. And Nikon doesn't have anything that comes close to this. They got a 20, and that's it.
20. That 20 is nice.
Yeah, I picked up the 20 2 weeks ago, the Nikkor, and I've got the 24 f1.8 the Nikkor, but my 28 and my 35 they're Sigma, they're 1.4, because Nikon doesn't have anything in that on Z mount. When I end up going to F mount with an adapter, but it's still better than what Nikon has at the moment. And sometimes it's a mix and match. If you need something and your primary camera supplier doesn't have it, what are you going to do?
No. It's just things that you have to be aware of. And like you said, obviously, if it's an autofocus lens, it's a whole different beast than if it's a manual focus lens.
I like manual focus. I'm a control freak.
Well, so with the manual focus, if it's out of focus, you know what the problem is.
Behind the camera.
Yeah, right here. Ooh, this guy. Well, that's when you just blame that you're tired and your eyes were out of focus. your eyes weren't working good that night. I have days like that. I go, man, my eyes are sore or whatever, and of course I get the floaters lately.
But those manual lenses, and actually even the model lenses, when you have to switch it to manual, like with the focus peaking, they are so much easier. Remember in the old D800, and you have to look for that little dot going one direction or the other direction.
Oh yeah.
So certainly for when you don't want to rely for certain things to use autofocus, correct? Like when I was photographing the clips, I actually put it some with autofocus, but a lot I took with the manual, and then you can see, okay, it's in focus. Then you keep it like that, correct? So manual focus has a value, and the same if you're photographing the moon or something like that.
Everyone should try it.
Exactly. I don't know. So David, you have your model lenses like the 28, the 20, 1.2, correct? Did you switch to manual when you want to shoot the Aurora, or you still?
I do switch to manual, but I have found that with my 1.4 Sigmas,
Okay,
my Z8 will autofocus. But the thing is, what does it autofocus on?
exactly.
Yeah, but it gets you close. And the other thing is with the Z8, every time you shut it off for whatever reason, like you need a new battery because it's too effing cold out, and all the rest of this stuff, and you turn it back on, it's supposed to remember the focus, but it doesn't.
Okay.
And
Focus by wire is the problem.
And I was so used to my F mount lenses, put it in manual, you turn it the camera on and off, nothing happens to the lens, but that's not the way with the Z mount.
Yes,
You know, so you got to go in and you got to refocus every time. And that caught me bad when I was in Yellowknife. So it's a lesson learned. But yeah. But yeah, Rakesh, I was having more problems with my Nikkor F mount 35 because I had seagulls in the stars, and so I get rid of it, and now I'm using a Sigma. But my Sigma is all art, you know. And then
so
one
you haven't taken yet the 20 millimeter.
no, I used it to just to see if it works, but this time of year, it's not dark enough long enough. You know, I checked for last night. There was a maximum of 5 hours of darkness, but you've got to get everything. Got to get the stars aligned before you go out. So it's only like about 1 or 2 nights a month on average, and you don't know which months those are. They're supposed to be at the solar maximum right now, but a solar maximum in the summertime doesn't do me any good.
Exactly.
You know, I'd rather have it in the wintertime. And
Unless you're there with Roy.
yeah, well, but the thing is, Roy is not far enough south.
No, I'm too close to the equator.
Yeah.
We don't get borealis here.
Yeah, and I think
Australis.
Probably in Tasmania, correct, Roy?
Sorry?
In Tasmania, you probably get good aurora.
You have to move a couple hundred miles south to get borealis.
yeah, I think in Tasmania you can get it, but it's
Sometime.
here. It's much easier to get to Yellowknife. You know, they got all the modern conveniences there, but like when I shoot after dark shots, probably within a month from now, any time of the night and day, I will have light in the pictures from the sky, from the sun, the daylight coming over the North Pole.
Mm.
You know, and I'm a long ways from that, you know, but you can still see it.
I'm gonna just throw this up on the screen quickly again, just since we're an hour into the show, as a reminder. We've got, I believe I said 48 images right now for the photo review. That doesn't mean that that's good enough. Good enough isn't. That's a good saying. Good enough isn't. We got another week. Feel free to send in images. And like I said, if we end up with 70, I don't care. We're going to go through every single image on the show. Enough said. We're going to show them all, and we'll talk about them all. And no one gets left behind, as they say. So feel free to send in some more pictures. It's nice to break records. I think one time we almost did have 70, and it wasn't like 70. That was before I got turned into a mean host and said I'm no longer going to accept pictures on the fly the night of the show, you know. But when we were a little loosey goosey there, and we would get some images that would come in during the show. I think we hit near 70 at least one time anyway. High 60s at the least amount, but close to 70 anyway. But so don't worry about whether. Don't say, "Oh, that's too many pictures to go through." That's on me. I'm not worried about it. So I'm telling you, send in the pictures, because there's a fair amount of you that I know did not. I'm hitting my chest, and the doggone thing goes off. Give me a break.
You got your thumbs up.
I have my thumb. I just got to hit my. Yeah, I got to do it like that.
Gorilla style.
I got to do it. Yeah, gorilla style, like that.
Yeah, and if people don't submit more pictures, Gustavo and I are going to make up new aliases, and we're going to send in more. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, I know what you guys shoot, so I'm gonna know who it is.
No, it's Gustavo shoots something other than birds, and I'll shoot something in the daylight. No.
Sometimes.
I'm gonna have last week we got into, or I think I belly ached a little bit. You know, I probably irritated some people. I belly ached about the Rode mic that I bought, you know, with the dead cat on it and had the dB adjustments on it, and theoretically was going to cancel out any noise. And I was shooting an event on a beach, and basically the whole thing got drowned out from wind noise and wave noise and everything else, and I wasn't very happy. And then I was on someone else's live stream, and they said, well, you really need to have a shotgun mic. And I talked to Tim about it, over the last few days. And of course, shotgun mics come in all different lengths as well. So the longer you probably want to try to get the longest shotgun mic that you could get for the brand that you prefer, or that you think you prefer. But anyway, Gustavo put together a little mini pitch here that we're going to share. And I'll let him talk to it. I'll put it up on the screen in a second, and we'll just talk about a particular model that he looked up, and I'll get it on the screen in a second here, and we can. Let me see. Give me a second.
I have a question for the guys. If you get your cataracts done, do you see sharper in the camera?
Oh, for sure, John.
For sure. Huh?
Oh, that's not only that, John. It's like Technicolor.
Really?
All the colors become very brilliant.
Oh, wow.
So no, it's a wonderful operation.
Okay, I'll get that done.
So now you got another thing you got to do, John.
I know.
We're setting John up for doctor's appointments for the next 6 months on the show.
Maybe John's going to become the $6 million man.
That's right.
So this issue was last week. Remember, we discussed a little bit about the mic, and particularly the model that both Jeff and I have, okay, which is a Rode, that it has like Jeff indicated, like a design flaw, because the cable comes from the back, and when you put that other microphone, which I can show, in the shoe, and you try to look to your viewfinder, correct? Your head will bump against the cable termination, correct? And basically that will introduce noise as well to your. So I was looking for an alternative shotgun mic, because I want one to have one in the C8 and one in the C9, not having to fiddle. And then I found this model, which you can see here, and this is equivalent in quality to the one that Jeff and I have, but in this particular one, the entrance to the mic comes from the side.
Yeah, it's right here, which is where it should be.
It's where it should be. So
where it should be.
So I haven't ordered this one yet. I just sent that email to Jeff with the information. I probably will order when I think B&H comes back from Passover holiday, right? But it is not the best mic in the world, but for sure it's a mic that don't have that problem, right? So the other thing I showed, that Bellow device that allows you to put your mic off center, either mic, which is the one that I'm using so that I can look through the viewfinder, okay? But I found the Rode actually make one that looks probably is better, okay? That takes a little bit of center. Now, until you put it in your camera, you don't know whether, definitely the Velo doesn't obstruct any view of the top of the camera. You have to. This one, I don't know, so I'm going to buy it. It has the beauty that has a guide for the cable. So that's the other thing that the other mic has, and of course I'm going to get a dead cat or them as well. So this was basically, I don't know whether people has experience with this mic, but this is actually one that I may buy sometime next week, correct? As a second system for either the C8 or the C9, and then I
I,
would keep using the Velo.
I recently bought a Takstar, and that seems quite a good microphone for about $20 odd. A
Okay.
shotgun mic. It's I'll put it up in the chat.
I think they put the prices. These are B&H prices, so you can see that Rode mic is about 249. The one that
I've had trouble with Rode mics lately, though. They seem
Yeah,
to
the
be
one
troublesome more than they used to be.
the Velo bracket, you got $30.95, and the Rode bracket is $15.
exactly.
And the dead cat, it looks like it's 20, no, 30. I can't read it well. $29, I think.
And I know Joey put also a recent video about a mic, correct, that he uses that seems to be also pretty good. But I may want to stay with this with the Rode. Let's see. I would try it. It looks a little bit. It has a decent review, right? But I don't know if anybody else has some experience with this one.
Yeah, from what, when I'm looking at what you sent me, I said to myself, that's definitely something I would look into. Of course, when my situation's a little different, I mean, that one video that I tried to do was the exception where I really wanted to have here, was getting somebody doing a presentation and talking, and I wanted to capture that audio, whereas typically, due to my normal shooting conditions, sometimes there's traffic, cars driving behind me, or campers driving behind me, or groups of people walking behind me. So I usually just delete the audio track, and I do a voiceover, and I put music in the background, and I do that when I'm doing my videos. So in which case, when I do that, what mic I'm using really doesn't matter, because I'm not recording and saving the actual sound that's around me, because it's too distracting anyway. But if I wanted to get, like I said, if I wanted to get more much better results than what I got, I would definitely have to switch to a shotgun microphone. There's no doubt about it.
Yes, I saw a recent video by Bob. Now the alligators start bellowing, right? They make all that noise. That would be a good application for you guys there in the Carolinas to have your mic, correct?
Yeah, I've got a video that I took of the alligators bellowing in the last week, and I thought I was going to. I definitely got some alligator pictures I'll have to share with Roy or share on the show. Like I said, I'm gonna share a little bit of something that I took a picture of later on. I'm gonna talk about glossy ibises a little bit, tell you about them, tell you about a particular food item that they chose to eat on that particular day that I did not find documented in any of the bird guides in terms of what it said they eat, because this did not fall into that category, but they were definitely. I got it on video, and I got dozens and dozens of still images of them eating this particular critter, and so I'm going to share that information and show a little video clip. So I was able to. I used I obviously use a Mac. For those of you that don't know, I use a Mac. So what I did was I used the Pages app, and I was able to actually put within my written text, because I don't have PowerPoint. I know Gustavo uses PowerPoint for a lot of stuff. So I used Pages, and I was able to dump in my images, a few still photos that I took, and I was able to actually embed in a video. And then I had the audio from the video, and I didn't want that. And I said, gee, I didn't want to have to go into Final Cut Pro and delete the video track. And I says, gee, I don't know if Pages has a way of turning off the audio, and it did. So I was able to turn off the audio, and I go, well, that's perfect. So the video that eventually you're going to see later on tonight is basically the original MOV file from the camera with no editing whatsoever. It's
Okay.
not in slow motion. It was 4K 120, but it was not. I did not I didn't go through any software to put it in slow motion mode. So you're going to see everything at actual speed, and it's amazing how when you're showing a video of especially of birds in actual speed, sometimes they're so fast that you think it's fake. You know what I mean? You just say nothing can move that fast. I can't believe that those birds are actually moving that fast. And you're gonna think that when you see the video, you're gonna say, "There's no way. There's no way they're that fast." But you're gonna know it's real because you're gonna see some other birds in the video that don't move that fast. So you're gonna know it's not like, oh, Jeff did a trick on you here. It's the real deal. So we'll watch that in a little bit, in a little bit. But yeah, the microphone thing I think is sometimes it costs you $300 to learn that you didn't really buy the right thing for your application, and unfortunately you're $300 poorer.
Yeah, but I mean, it was, as you said, it was designed. I mean, to put that thing at the back, and I used different kind of cables, one that already had the kink, and it didn't make any sense to put it there because they should have put it in the one camera and immediately. It doesn't matter whether you're left-sided or right-sided. It's you're going to bump your forehead, right?
I see Ava's in here, and she's talking about having so many photos of the clips. You might have to make an alias to sneak more in. I meant to bring it up at the beginning of the show that I realized when the eclipse occurred, Gustavo and
Rakesh
were nice enough to share some like images that really they just got done with type of thing. It was like, boom, we got them done. We're going to share a few images here, and that was great. So I was going to mention at the top of the show, which I forgot to do, that if there are other people who took eclipse photos and didn't get around to editing them for a while, and you finally caught up and you have them done, and you want to share them, you can share them tonight if you wish to. You could either send me some images in my email. I'll put my email up, or you could ask for a link to the show, and you can come on the panel, and you can share your images from your screen, and it'll show up. Everybody can see them. So if you have any eclipse photos that you want to share tonight, feel free to go ahead and do so, because there's no such thing as too much of a good thing, right? So feel free to share.
One thing I have been doing, Jeff, is when you do something like you don't do regularly, correct? So I like this. I actually spend some time, and I probably will send it to certain to Luis and Martin, because they may have the chance to see the one in Spain. I kept this. Remember, we had when I made that little presentation, we talked with David about the settings. I actually, of course, have two different ways, two different type of settings. It turned out like the advice that David has. He used the setting from the guy from NASA. Obviously, I adapted them a little bit. That turned out to be okay. But I actually went, review my setting, create a little bit of a Excel spreadsheet with a new set of settings that I know now work, correct? So I don't have to mess with those. So I may send it to others if they are interested on. The same with the processing, because the processing of these photos is not the usual thing. Yeah, you have to go through certainly. I don't do that. I'm sure David does.
I mean, I think the photo that you sent in was like 9 stacked images, if I recall.
Exactly. So you have to stack them, and then you deal with smart objects in my case. So I also had to make a little bit of a, step 1, do this, step 2, do that. And so I can share some of that as well. for the people that are interested, we can do that later on.
Yeah, I mean, the more information we have, I mean, there are certain things that let's just say there are certain features in a camera that I haven't used, not because I don't have an interest in at least trying it once, but I don't have a situation where, like I said, in terms of doing photo stacking and whatnot, it is very hard because of my locale and where I live. It is very hard for me to have a situation where I could take multiple shots of an object and it's not moving. Okay. So if I was in a studio environment and I had flowers in a vase or whatever, and I put a background in the back, I could do stacked images. I could get, perfect result. I'm sure be very, very happy with it. But out in the field, if you don't have the right environmental conditions, or depending on where you live, some people live where there's always a 15-mile-an-hour breeze all day long. So it's kind of hard to use that feature in that scenario. So other people don't have a problem. So there's certain things I haven't used just because I don't have the best situation to use it. Not because I don't want to try it, but
and it's not only the camera. It's actually in Photoshop. I mean, I am not a Photoshop expert. I just know a little bit of the kind of things that I need to do my photography, correct? Or Lightroom or Adobe Camera Raw, which is what I use. But in this process, correct, of processing the images for the clips, you learn all the skills, correct? So, for instance, I had never used a high pass filter, correct? Correct, for the images. That actually turned out to be a very useful tool. So I have implemented photographing the moon, which everybody can do, correct? That is actually a very useful tool for, so obviously stacking, but also using all these type of filters that are there for everybody, but we don't use them, correct?
yeah.
So those are very useful things. So we can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's and that's what I think collectively everybody on this panel, and yeah, I'm the one with the big mouth. I talk the most, but I think we all collectively would love to get. We want to pick the brains of everybody that's in the chat. We really do. We want you to feel comfortable coming on the show on the panel and sharing and doing a 5-minute talk on something maybe that you don't even think is a big deal, but what's not a big deal to you because you've used it so many times is a big deal for someone that's never even tried it once.
And we have people here like Terry, correct, and David. So remember, he do this stacking, 100 photos or something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I next time that he show up in one of these, I would, you can either use a tracker and then I'll do a longer exposure, or you can do stacking with short exposure. Correct? What works best? Well, I don't know, but people that do that type of photography of the Milky Way, they will know what works better. Correct?
Yep. Yeah. So I mean, we want to hear from everybody, and like I said, it's we are not a we're a friendly channel, so you're not going to get beat up on this show. We just want you to be able to feel comfortable sharing information and maybe making somebody's day. With a 5-minute talk, you might just get somebody amped up and they go out there and start doing something they never did before. So, all good stuff. I'm going to share one other thing here from Nikon Rumors that interested me, being a somewhat of a vintage camera collector / owner / user / person that has a gas problem, whatever, gear acquisition syndrome. They talked about a new Godox Luxmaster Retro Camera Flash, and it's a very interesting. I'm going to say it's a very interesting flash.
Cute.
Cute, yes. It reminded me very much of flashes that I saw when I was a few years younger than I am now. You know, like 10 years ago when I was 29. If you want to buy that, I'll take it. But it has a decent guide number at ISO 100 of 25 meters, which is like 82 feet, 82.02 feet. It has a 7.2 volt DC battery pack that's 2,980 milliamp hours, charge time of 2 hours. It has the flash head is 6,000K plus or minus 300K. You have manual flash output and manual mode is either full power 1-to-1 or 1/256,000th power in plus 0.1 increments for each step. Has an auto mode that starts at f2.8 at ISO 100, 1.8 seconds recycle time. Who's leaving us?
John.
John, you're leaving us?
Yeah, I got to go grocery shopping.
You don't need to eat. Eating isn't important.
Hey, by the way, I saw Wayne last night, so he's back.
Okay, is he doing okay? Everything's good?
Yeah. He was back in Thailand for a few weeks, and it just got so hot it was hitting 49, 50 degrees. So, so it's time to come back.
And that's Celsius too.
Yeah, that's like 100,
Wow.
112 degrees. So
yeah.
All right, you guys, take care, and I'll send some pictures. Good to see you. And Roy, I'm so happy for you, man.
Thanks.
God,
look after yourself as well.
You look, your attitude, your face, everything looks like
I'm very stubborn.
Yeah, you are. All right.
See, he's reborn. He's reborn at this point.
Oh yeah,
you realize that.
without a doubt. I mean, it's incredible. It's you really knocked it out of the park, Roy. You take care, buddy. And Gustavo and David and the rest of you guys, take care. I'll see you next week.
Have a good one.
Yeah. See you, John.
Bye-bye.
Good one, John. So this flash unit has 2.4 G wireless, 32 channels, 5 groups, 100-meter range. Works with GoPro X Pro 2, the X2T, and the X3 for remote triggering. 460 shots at full power. Touchscreen interface, which is really cool.
That's surprising.
They say the design was inspired by the old vintage Gray Flex 3 cell flash guns. That's what they used as their inspiration.
They were a lot bigger though.
Yeah, but supports high-speed sync, multi-flash modes, can do TTL when used with the compatible wireless trigger. Works with Canon, Nikon, Fuji, Olympus, Sony, Pentax, and has a triggering cable, so you can hook it up to your old Raleigh Flex and use it as well. That I like, right? Your sync cable. So not only will it support vintage look, it has a vintage look that can be used on a vintage camera, but it's modern enough where you can use it on a modern camera. It's $249 at B&H Photo. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you. I'm going to give them a little free advertising. Why not? You see a neat product, you want to share it with people. Nothing wrong with sharing the information. So I'm going to put up there a video that they did and share it with everybody. And it's like maybe 5 minutes long or whatever. And hey, maybe you'll say, that looks cool. I might want to try that out. Or you have no interest in it, but we're here to share information, right? So just look at it as an info share. I'm going to put it on the screen, and I'm going to, start the video. Hopefully it works once I start it. So we will put it on the screen here, and I will start it up, make it bigger. Can you guys see it okay?
It's not moving.
It's not moving?
Oh, now it's moving, sort of. Little, but it's moving.
Okay.
Doesn't need those Sylvania blue globes either.
That brings back memories, doesn't it?
It does. I've still got 2 flashes that do that.
Yeah. It has a real nice bracket that mounts on your camera for that flash unit.
Tiny screen. Looks interesting though. Godox have never had the easiest of user bases, have they? Looks fiddly.
Wow.
I prefer a few dials and knobs.
Wow.
There you go, on the old bot, on the old TLRs.
It's morphed. Still prefer dials and buttons. Cube flash. Works as a slave as well.
So, I mean, I think it's a, let me get my, let me stop the sharing here and get my screen kind of back to normal. But, you know, I think it's a very interesting looking device.
It is.
I think, and for $250, I mean, we all know what flashes cost. $250 is not considered expensive for a flash by any means. So, I mean, I think it's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool.
Nice user
For keeping stuff,
interface.
it's worth it.
Yeah. But does it come in all the colors to match the ZF?
No, I think
Look at how many spray cans you got.
yeah, it comes with a can of spray paint.
Maybe it's just like the Model T. You can get it in any color you want as long as it's black.
As long as it's black, yeah. I mean, it's just kind of neat because it has that old look, and what's neat is that you have all those different reflector options that you can buy and select it right from the menu, the touchscreen menu. I think it's a lot friendlier than having a bunch of hard buttons and wheels that you have to spin to get to things and all that kind of stuff that you have on the older flash units. So I think it's pretty. If I was doing much flash photography, which for me is few and far between, I would. I mean, I'd love it on my old cameras as well. I mean, I think it's and it comes with the mounting plate to attach the flash, as well as hooking it up to the bottom of your tripod socket on your camera body. So I mean, comes with enough stuff to really get you going for that $250 price point. I think it's pretty good.
Safer than using some of the old flashes too, because some of them had a very high voltage that could destroy your camera.
Yep. But as Wayne says here, what's old is new again. Yeah, I mean, I think that's one thing that they have done very good on. And I do have a retro Godox flash that I've shared before and did a review on my channel. And now they did come out with some that I think are a little anemic in terms of guide number, a little bit too low. Got a guide number, very limiting, but they're retro looking as well. But, good if your person's like 12, 15 feet away. But anything beyond that is kind of, not so hot. But this one and the model that I got, which was their higher end model in the retro flash arena, have pretty good guide numbers to them. This one's better than the one I have. So, I mean, even if you're shooting at if it's 80 something feet, at f2.8, it's going to still be 40 feet at 5.6, and a lot of people will shoot portraits at 5.6 without a problem, and you're still going to have a 40-foot range. That's more than adequate for most people, and the price point's really good. So I mean, we'll see what happens, but
still could be brighter than LED.
Yeah, I mean, I found it interesting, and those pop out bulb, the simulated flash bulb methodology. I really like that. I mean, it's not like the old days. The flash bulb goes off. You think it's cool. You pop the flash out, it lands in your hand, and it burns a hole in your hand. Because it's still too
you don't
hot.
forget that, do you?
Don't ever forget that. So, to just be able to sit there and have just something that behaves like a flash bulb, but you don't have to take it out or replace it is nice, very nice.
I think I'll stick to my normal strobes.
But well, they have the one, don't they? Godox has the one that has the multiple heads, does it not? They have like the
AD200 does.
Yeah, they can
which
either
is one of my favorite flashes. It's not perfect, but I like the bulb head with a reflector best of all.
Yeah.
Gives the nicest light. I don't like the round heads on it. I don't like the round head on the Pro Photo either. Those round heads get funny light.
What around the edges?
No, the round head on the pick up their hand.
Yeah.
The ones with the round heads.
Yeah.
Most of those give off a very strange light to them. The rectangular ones may be Fresnel, but they give a much more even light.
But I mean, there's those old style flash dishes did perform well. I mean, no doubt it gives you a unique look. I mean, when I fooled around with mine inside the house, I mean, I was very pleased from what it could do.
Now, my only concern with that one would be, I like the user interface, but sometimes these things that you have to handle with your hand can be, fat fingers sometimes don't work that well, correct?
Yeah, when you get into the one where you had the two rows of information that you're scrolling,
Exactly.
something like that could maybe get a little bit a little bit confusing and a little bit dexterity challenging.
Exactly.
I could see that, and when they went through that menu, went to that screen.
But talking about here, the kind of thing, I actually in my camera bag, my main camera bag, I have a little stylus because if I want to spend some time doing something in, let's say, the CA1C9, I find the stylus is better than trying to go with your finger. Okay? But this little round thing there with two different rows can be tricky for, and
It's very
obviously,
good to look.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Apart from that, the flash looks good.
Yeah, Gustavo, what I did is on my company pens, this is you can use it on your keyboard.
exactly.
Or your phone or your iPad, whatever,
Yes.
and your camera. And I give these out rather than a business card.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No,
And they freeze up really good.
no, those are exactly so. A little accessory like that, either a pen from Mr. Stewart here.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get my pen. Where's my pen?
Well, come on over to the office and I'll give you one.
Okay, yeah. I think my airfare will be worth about 5,000 pence.
Well, I'll give you two then.
You'll give me two then. But I see Joey. I see an arm at the bottom of the screen, and a guy that looks a lot younger than the rest of us. I guess we should let him on, huh?
Thanks for letting me on.
Yeah. See, we're trying to balance the screen. We got two people from Canada now, one from Australia, and two from the United States. So we need to get one. We need to get another person from Australia on here, so we're perfectly balanced.
I'll fight him.
Royal fighter. Yeah, Roy's in full recovery now. He's ready to kick some. You know what?
Roy's in a combative mood. Roy, it's good to see you, man. How you feeling?
Good to be here.
I heard Roy
getting up the stairs to the studio and picking up a camera. Everything else is easy.
Roy's been out there beating up koala bears. He's taking his anger out on the koalas.
There we go.
Using
That's
those footballs.
Oh man.
But
So did the Kookaburras miss you?
On too.
Roy, did the Kookaburras miss you when you were out the house?
Yeah, I heard that they kept pecking on the window waiting to be fed.
Exactly.
I got a my special guest who is trying to stay sneeze free behind my camera wall of doom sent me an image that we got today that I think is really, really great.
I thought that you put it to work there, like in this Santa workshop. You have them there. Okay, now I have to edit my emails and edit my videos.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good time. I mean, unfortunately, we went to go to a third. We went to two places. We went to they call Veterans Pier. We got some pictures of some oyster catchers. We got some pictures of some small terns that were diving, pelican. A bald eagle was a bonus. We got a picture of a bald eagle. He showed up exactly saw him fly in exactly when we got out of the car. So we did get some bald eagle shots, and so that's a good way to start. When somebody's visiting you, the first thing you see is a bald eagle. You go, hey, we're batting 1,000 already here. We're doing pretty good. And then we went to the park and we were able to get some interesting shots. So we got a hummingbird nest, hummingbird nest.
Oh, you find it.
Which we found it. I found it last week and was able to share it with Tim, and we got some good pictures of that. And I'll probably reserve my photos of that for the photo review. And then we went to an area where we have birds that are now in the nesting mating process, which we did not have much of the 2 years prior, for a multitude of reasons. And a lot of it was just bird populations have decreased across the world, generally speaking. And then we had a lot of storm damage to the areas where they used to nest, and some of the better, let's say, areas to nest got ruined. So this is the first year in 3 years where we're finally seeing an uptick in birds mating and building nests and that type of thing. So we're looking forward to hopefully having some baby bird pictures down the road. Although how birds are, they always outsmart the humans and put their nests in areas that are extremely difficult to access or see without 50 branches in the way. But that's kind of how that works. But I'm going to share a few pictures that Tim got today, and let me get them up on the screen. Give me a second. You guys don't realize what a pain it is sometimes to move this crap around. And
tell us how you really feel.
It's like, it's so exciting and invigorating and enjoyable and exciting. And okay, I can stop the BS now. It can be a pain in the neck. But anyway.
I thought it'd be a pain further down.
Yeah, so we're going to show one view. We'll show the view from farther away, and then we have a close-up view of the show. So we'll show the farther away view first. So this is I'm going to make the screen bigger. This is a black-crowned night heron, which is attempting to eat what they call down here a slider, which is in some parts of the country called a painted turtle.
Wow,
and that is a small turtle. And the head right here is looking at you. Jesus and Christ. It was attempting to eat this turtle for, I don't know, how many minutes were we watching it for?
A
couple minutes. And we left it, and it still hadn't eaten it yet, because when it clamped down on it, it didn't have a strong enough beak force, I guess, to crack the shell.
Oh, right.
And it might have been slightly too large to go down its throat, or it wasn't sure that it wanted to just swallow it. So it would be like flipping it around and grabbing it, moving it towards the back of its mouth, but didn't swallow it. And but it was really, really neat. And we did a double. We both kind of heard a splash in the water, and we didn't know what it was. We knew there was something near us, and then we, the bird was found and with the turtle, and it was like, wow, that's really pretty cool. So I'll show you the one where he zoomed in a little bit more.
So that was Mr. Tim that took the photo?
Yeah, we were both taking pictures of the same thing. So he was just fooling around with it in the secret war room behind the cameras here, and working on the photo so he could share it with you guys.
And that was amazing. So, and that was with the 400 4.5.
No, that was with the 180 to 6.
It's the 180 to 600.
Okay.
180 to 600. I'm assuming at 600.
Yeah.
At 600.
Well, that's good.
You know if it was wide open?
Probably.
I think probably wide open. F-stop wide open. But
and
yeah,
that's why we need 20 frames per second or more, correct?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is just so cool.
Yeah.
So cool. I mean, I have never seen one try to eat a turtle ever. Ever.
I hope that he didn't manage. right? Because those are
Yeah, I hope the turtle wore him out, and he just decided I can't break the shell. Too much work. Put him back in the water. Let him live another day. I hope, but you never know.
The turtle wasn't distressed at all.
The turtle didn't care. Turtle's like da 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 da. You know. I think the turtle was like, "Go ahead, try to eat me. Go ahead." You know.
Make my day.
Make my day.
And the beauty is that night heron was also in breeding plumage, right? That red eye, wonderful.
Yeah, there is a nest, but unfortunately, the nest is you can only see it. The vantage point where you can see it is you're looking over a large branch of a tree, and it's in the background. And even with an 800, you can see the bird laying on the nest, but it's not something you can get a picture of. You know, but you know it's there. That's about it. But so there's nesting tricolors, great egrets, green herons, and black crown night herons. I've seen a juvenile yellow crown night heron. I can count on one hand how many times I see an adult yellow crown night heron. It's like you see a juvenile, and you just don't see the adult. So I don't know if the adults aren't very good parents and they don't keep an eye on their children, or they just know where to hide, because I rarely ever see an adult. I mean, I think I've only seen an adult maybe one time.
Wow. So let me ask a question, because that was a good image there, Tim. Did you have to crop a little bit, or can you crop in further?
Yeah, I had to crop a little bit, but I have quite a few photos of that, and I have some video of it as well that I haven't.
Okay, because that will be nice to even crop further and focus on the head and the turtle there flying in the middle of the beak.
Yeah.
See, I don't know how much that airline ticket cost.
Painful one.
So Joey, since you're here, and I know being a future married fella, you no longer have a life and you no longer have any time. But with the time you do have, what are you doing? What are you up to?
Well, I'm listening to you guys.
Well, yeah. So that's obviously an act of desperation. So, but what are you doing for fun?
Listening to you guys. No, I'm just kidding. What am I doing for fun, man? This, not a lot this week. Just work, man. Yeah, it's been crazy. But got a trip next week to New York. That's going to be fun. Got a new lens. I'll be taking some photos with while I'm there, so that'll be fun. Got that street photography thing coming up. That's going to be cool. And I think that's really about it. Yeah, I'm just stoked to go to New York. I'm going to take my S5 II with me, and I'm going to take my 14 mil, and then bring my ZV1, and then I've got a 100 to 400 I just had shipped to my in-laws' place there. So I'll be shooting some long shots with that. I'm going to go to the top of the Empire State Building. Going to go to that Brooklyn Park that looks out on all of Manhattan, and then I might also go to that. I think it's in New Jersey, but there's a really good viewpoint from Jersey Park out to the Statue of Liberty. So I want to hit all three of those locations at golden hours over like 3 days. So hopefully be able to get some good shots.
It's upstate. It's pretty far away.
Oh, okay. I'm muttering to my colleague here that you can see his arm.
It's a very nice arm.
Very sexy arm. No, I was just asking him if the Kodak Museum would be near you, and he said it's farther upstate, wouldn't be close to where you are. But I thought I'd ask in case it was nearby and you wanted to see it. But I guess it's not that close.
Yeah.
Well, if your name is Martin, it's close.
Yeah, Martin has 7,000 miles on a car. I'm going to throw this up because I'm one of many invested in the twice now in the Maven filters. Wave 1, I bought some 77 millimeter filter kit with numerous ND filter, circular polarizer, a few other things, and then awaiting. Rakesh just got his. I ordered Maven filters. That's part of their Wave 2 Kickstarter program, which has combination neutral density circular polarizer combo filter. So those, I believe I ordered whatever did I say 95 millimeters, maybe?
Yeah.
I think I ordered 95 millimeter versions of this, and then I bought the step up filter to go from 77 to 95, so I can use these filters with that adapter. I can use them on my 77 millimeter filter thread lenses, but I can also use them on my larger lenses. So I'm awaiting mine to show up. So he's saying that pictures he sent in for next week were taken with this 10-stop ND CPL combo filter, and you will enjoy the images that he took. They're very, very nice, and I get the advantage of being able to see all your images. Well, other than the person who took them, I get to see the images first. So I get to be impressed ahead of time prior to the show, where most of you guys have to wait till the show. And Peter Gregg is in the chat, which is great to see you, Peter. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, Roy is doing well. He looks really good. He's beating up some doctors. He's in good shape, and great to see him here in a pretty quick amount of time, Roy. I mean, you were stubborn enough to recover quickly.
Helps to be stubborn.
So the question for Joey is, did he send you the photo for the photo review already or not?
Did Joey send me the photos? Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yes, he did. Since I hate to say it, since I shamed him that one time, he's been very good. Very good boy. Very good.
Oh, behave, Jeffrey. Behave.
Well behaved, but
at least buy me dinner first. No, yeah, I think I sent in some.
Hey, if you come and visit me, I will buy you dinner.
Jeffrey, I'm gonna get you dinner, man. You host these things. The least I can do is put some food in your gullet.
I don't think my gullet needs much more food. Not today, because we went out. We had a late lunch. I had pancakes and bacon and eggs, and then 4 hours later?
Dinner. Yeah.
4 hours later, we went out for dinner. I had this burrito the size of a giant rock, and somehow managed to eat that with mac and cheese and a salad. I didn't eat all the mac and cheese, but at this point, I'm like packing, man. I'm packing.
Oh man!
By the way, Jeff, I don't know if you noticed, because sometimes I know you have some limited capability to watch the chat. But Woody Mallory was saying in the chat further down that he planned to go to Myrtle Beach, and he want to probably visit you doing some wildlife photography. So you will have other visitors.
No problem, man. My wife is getting very, I don't want to say annoyed with me, but she's saying, who are these people? But we break bread with you. We take you out if you want me to entertain you and take you out for half a day of shooting, and have lunch with you or dinner or whatever. No problem. It's my pleasure. I enjoy seeing people from the chat and actually meeting them firsthand, and it's I love it, and I'm fortunate enough that I get to see Tim a minimum of once a year, sometimes twice a year, different times of the year, and we try to get together. Once. Him coming down my neck of the woods once, and like Monday I'm going up to his neck of the woods where his dad lives. And Monday could turn out to be a very special photo day with capturing literally thousands of black skimmers nesting and mating. And whether there's eggs there or not yet, I don't know. But you get them coming in off the ocean, bringing in fish. You do have to deal with basically stakes with string lines going across, so that you don't get into their area. So you have to, it makes it a little bit more tough to get pictures because you got to shoot between the string, but it's not the end of the world. And obviously, if they're flying in from the ocean, there's no string in the ocean, so you can get the shots of them coming in from the ocean with the food. So looking forward to having an opportunity anyway to come away with some great images and some good video. So really amped up because we were lucky enough to see that last year, and it was just, I could have stayed there all day long. I could have filled up my memory card, filled up 2 memory cards, and then cussed for the next month about how many pictures I got to go through. But it would have been
So
worth.
do you think you will manage to get on location early on in the morning to get good light there?
I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there probably a half hour after sunrise, and we'll probably be there within an hour of sunrise. So I think we'll be there when the lighting is good. Because it's an hour and a half drive for me, so I'm going to leave at 6 and get there like 7:30, and then we'll leave right away and probably get on location within 30-45 minutes from that. So I think we'll have some good light. It won't be too bright. And what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to use the 100 to 400 because I've got a series of ND filters that are 77 millimeter. And especially if I'm doing video, I can at least with the 100, 400, I think I'll have enough reach for where we are relative to the birds. And I could take the advantage of having the ND filters that I could put on as needed as the light changes for video purposes, and still be able to, have my shutter speed where I'm supposed to have my shutter speed. And
you can always throw the converter, correct? The 1.4.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
take it with you. So Tim, these allergies, cats and dogs or only dogs?
Mainly dogs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and poor Patches has her head down on the blanket, feeling like she's killing Tim and feeling bad about it. She doesn't understand why Tim doesn't want to hold her. Tim doesn't want to cry for the next 4 hours or whatever. That's why he's not going to hold her. Yeah, we got lucky today with what we got. And unfortunately, the third venue that we tried to go through was the Brook Green Gardens, botanical gardens / statuary environment there. And unfortunately, they had some event going on. I haven't seen that many cars in that place. Maybe once a year I see cars of that volume. They had like an art type of event going on with people selling, books that they wrote and things, children's books and artists and things like that. And we were ready to eat. We had to have something to eat. We couldn't even get a seat in the restaurant. Too many people. I said, we might as well just leave and go to eat somewhere, because there's too many people in your way to get any good images. You're going to be bumping into people all the time. There's just way too many people. So we just left, but that was the only bummer. And Woody, you would not be bothering me if you come with your family. It can be as simple as, I meet you somewhere or close to where you're staying, or you pop by my house and I say, follow me, and I bring you to a few places. It's not a big deal. I consider it a professional courtesy for all of you that are in the chat. If you're in my neck of the woods, I'm gonna offer my services if you wish to have them. Otherwise, you could email me, and I could give you a list of places that you could check out on your own if you want to do that. This is a friends and family friendly community.
It's only $500.
Unless you shoot cannon. I'm just
Yes, we're only $500 a day. We reduced our price, and if you give me further business afterwards, then you get a 20% discounted rate the next time you come down. And
But
operators
wait,
are standing
that's
by.
not all.
Operators are standing by. You call 1-800-JEFF, and we'll book you up, and we'll send you a free toaster oven as our thank you gift.
Jeff, you're reminding me of this old Gabriel Iglesias bit. He was down in Florida and he was saying, I was driving along the highway with my kid and I saw a sign that said Bob or Doug's Gator Park, America's premier Gator experience. So we called to see if they were open, and the voicemail we got was, welcome to Bob or Doug's Gator Park. Sorry we couldn't answer the phone right now. For Spanish, press 2. Okay. I don't speak no Spanish, but you're still going to like this park.
Yeah, there's there's enough down here to keep you in trouble, if you know what I'm saying. And that's not counting. I mean, if you like street photography, you just go to downtown Conway. It's going to bring you back, 50 years back, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. And that's wonderful to get pictures in there. And there's a lot of murals on the buildings and stuff, and a lot of fun to just take pictures in downtown. And so there's plenty of stuff to do. I mean, and plenty. And let's put it this way: when my kids were young, my dad had a place in Florida. He didn't live there; he'd go there a couple weeks out of the year. And I'm like, why did you buy the place when you only go two weeks out of the year? For the baseball, start before the preseason games and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm like, why did you do that for 2 weeks that you go out of the year, maybe 3? So we would go down there sometimes during that time, and it was always interesting. But we went to Florida a handful of times, and then then we'd ask the kids, "Do you want to go to Myrtle Beach or you want to go to Florida?" They'd always say, "I want to go to Myrtle Beach." So you would think all the kids would say, "I want to go to Disney World." But once they saw it once or twice, it was like, "We want to go to Myrtle Beach."
The question is whether he get photographed with a gnome as well. Said Jeff.
Yeah. Sad Jeff. Yeah. All you got to do to get the sad face is say, "How's the park doing, Jeff?" It's sad, Jeff.
But that's only in the ranger's office there in the park, correct? That's Jeff with wanted sign.
Yeah, wanted signs, yeah. That says wanted, preferably dead, not alive, is what it says. But anyway, we had a good day. We got some good shots. We had a good time. See if I got anything. I mean, obviously there were some other minor things. I mean, well, firmware update for a Z8. Some of that was encryption key stuff, passwords. They did have some of it was bug fixes. Green color casting occurred with some pictures taken. Date and time set in the camera sometimes will not be correctly applied. Picture review an image in the tall portrait orientation, and zooming in the image prevented the display from being scrolled to the intended direction with the multi-selector or the sub-selector. Eye sensor sometimes wouldn't function after a firmware update. Viewfinder wouldn't turn on. That's kind of a big deal. Eye menu would sometimes remain in the viewfinder when it was looked through after the shutter release button was pressed halfway to exit the eye menu. If you live in or near Canada, so that was it for that. But if you live near, I say in or near, because you could pretend you live in Canada even when you're not in Canada. Go to Canada and get great savings on Nikon gear, $700 off the Z8, $1,000 off the Z7 II, and a lot more. So you can go to DP Review for a whole list of what the savings are in Canada, because they got a sale going on. And of course, Joey doesn't care because he's a trader and he changed brands, so he doesn't care about Nikon savings anymore.
I care about Nikon savings and it's great. But wait, that's not all. Act now with Sat Jeff and you will also get 20% off. And don't forget about the conversion rate of the American dollar to the Canadian peso. If you come to Canada, you're rich. I'm kidding, no. But actually, the exchange rate's good for y'all, not going the other way around. I go down and I'm like, oh, it's only $5 for Starbucks. I look at my wallet. Oh my, it's empty now.
It's empty now.
Start trading in gold bullion.
Well, you have to give a blood donation now if you want to get coffee in the States, you know. And there were firmware updates, believe it or not, even for the D850 and the D7500. So you got to give Nikon credit, even if it's a minor thing. The thing is, they didn't forget about you, right? I mean,
did you update your D850 already or not?
No, I did not. Because some of this stuff is stuff that it features I didn't use anyway or whatever, so it's not that important to me to do it right away anyway.
But did you update the C8? I did. No.
Well, I updated my Z9, but to be honest with you, I have not. I have struggled with. I'm very comfortable with what buttons I have set up to do certain things. And I want to take advantage of that, being able to scroll through different autofocus modes. But I have to convince myself that I want to reassign a button to do that, and make some changes on how I use the camera. And I'm procrastinating greatly on that, just because I'm so used to how it's set up right now that I'm procrastinating and I haven't done it yet, even though I got the firmware on the camera. But I'll get there eventually. Sometimes I'm a slow mover with I resist change sometimes. I'm old. I resist change.
We feel change.
I got one here for you, Jeff.
What's that?
I got one here on the trials and tribulations section. Which, remember when I made the little presentation about protecting your camera? Well, this week I found that I need to protect your camera under other circumstances. As you know, I have been experimenting doing some more auto capture. So I do with one camera, do auto capture in another place. Well, this damn.
Can I guess? Can I please guess?
Yes.
A bird pooped on your camera
3 times.
Yes.
That means you're lucky, Gustavo. People keep telling me bird poop is good luck, but I don't feel like that will get hit.
My psychic powers never cease to amaze me.
But next time it goes with my rain cover, because I tell you that bird poop in a black camera, a black lens, when it hardened, to take it off is a problem.
You need a chisel and a pick.
Exactly. So
Mookie had no success with the promo code, unfortunately. Yeah. You check your credit card statement to make sure I didn't just put the screws to you and you're not realizing it.
But I know that Eva has been doing some auto capture as well, and I know David has experimented with that. So, if you leave your camera in the garden, then you have to make sure that you protect it, because for whatever reason, obviously I'm photographing a bird that thinks, like the bluebirds, they like, a high point because they launch from there to the grass to get the bugs. Actually, that's what I'm counting on, knowing where they favorite branch. But as soon as you put something that is equally tall and you leave it there 3 times, come on. Pooping on my C8, my D800.
Well, it's bad.
It was a cannon bird.
It's bad.
Exactly.
If it gets like in the area around buttons and it seeps in. Oh man, that's bad. That's bad.
No, actually, one poop just at the border of the, where the upper screen is, and that crease there. So I had to come with a, not a toothpick, but this thing that you get from the dentist that is like a little bristle.
Yeah.
I carry one of those in my camera bag because they are very good to clean small stuff. I had to spend a lot of time there going in. So anyway, you live, you learn. So
You poop, you lose.
exactly. But it's important to take it immediately off or as soon as you can, because bird poop can be quite abrasive,
corrosive. Gets on your
very
electronics. You got a big problem. Gets on
Exactly.
your electronics. Answering Tommy's quick thing I got popped up here. This is a Myrtle Beach question. If I ever ate breakfast at Mammy's Kitchen, yes, I have. It's very good breakfast buffet. You'll enjoy it. It's good. It's good. You will like it. That's coming from someone who eats breakfast. And Ava, this is talking about what you're mentioning. She hasn't tried auto capture yet, but apparently I'm putting it in its rain cover now when I do. Yeah.
Auto capture should be on the cheaper camera so you don't lose your Z9 and that.
Exactly.
What's interesting is they updated the D7500, and they actually had this was an interesting problem that it had, which not owning that particular camera, I wouldn't have known about, but it had a situation where the left and right sound level indicators on the camera monitor and the external HDMI recorder are reversed while images are output to the HDMI recorder in movie live view. So you have that isn't good if your left and right indicators are flipped the other way. So you get some weird things that could go on, and I give them credit. I mean, someone probably the small percentage of people that probably notice some of these quote unquote things that become bug fixes might be a very small percentage of people, but when they find out about it, they do fix it. They do fix it. So I give them credit for that. A lot of folks don't do that, like Nikon does. Nikon's gotten very. They learned from what worked for Fuji for a while, and they took it to the next level with what they're doing.
And if it happen to coincide with your workflow, those things can be very annoying, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I've got a few before I show my little presentation. I'll do a few. I'll do a few of these now, and I'll do a few of these later. Once in a while I do the "Did you know?" I get idle minds. I come up with stupid ideas, and I say, I wonder who was the first one that did this, or the first one that did that, or who invented this, or who invented that. And then I go and I look it up, and I get information, and then I put you guys to sleep, and I share it with you. And Joey's getting prepared. He's going to leave in 10 minutes because
No.
It's nap time for Joey. We're keeping him up. Only old people can stay up till 2 a.m. Young folks can't deal with that anymore. They got to go to bed early. I understand.
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
Yeah. That's what the cool people do.
Early, man.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
My flight next Saturday is at like 7 in the morning, so I got to be at the airport at like 4.
Okay. We're going to let Luis in here. I might have to change our screen. I will have to change the screen to fit him in. So everybody's going to become miniaturized. Now you can see Tim because everything got adjusted on the screen here. Hello, Luis. How you doing?
Fine. Good morning. I have like an hour before I'm going to work. So nice to see Roy.
Yes, very nice to see Roy.
Yeah.
Roy's already, he's had time to dream and salivate over gear that he wants to buy. And so he's got all that pent up buying power. He's going to go out on a buying frenzy. And then he's going to have to come back and share it all with us and show us what he buys,
Excellent. Hi, Joe. Good. Nice to see you as well.
Yeah, you too, Luis.
Hi.
How are things?
A bit tired, but okay. I couldn't sleep, so That's what I'm
So you-
been doing
so
this
you're
last
here.
few weeks.
Yeah.
I
You couldn't
cannot
sleep,
not
so you've
join.
joined us. Yeah. You're
Yes.
too excited to join the live cast. That's why.
Chief,
But it must be
I don't-
pretty
I don't
boring
know
as
if I
an air
wanna-
traffic controller then.
do I want to consider that a compliment or gee, I got to settle for coming on this show because
No. The excitement is too riveting, Jeff. Like it's a pressure cooker, Luis. You better get ready. We're gonna ask some tough questions.
Tough
Like I'm
questions.
talking
Okay,
life
I
or
see.
death.
No, it's fine. It's
It's
fine.
a whole nother level of stress. And
I
Roy's
can
got a
always
big
have a
legs.
power nap at work anyway. So
Oh, there we go.
Joy. Roy's already getting a feel for holding the camera gears again.
Trying.
That's it.
Telecentric lens.
Well, you realize, Luis, that we've been trying to convert Roy into a bird photographer.
yeah, with
And
success.
he has improved. He has improved drastically from when he started out. So he is on the proper incline of the curve. He's doing well. So we don't want him to miss too many days of shooting. So he recovered quickly. So now he has to get back out there and try work on the birds some more.
Yeah, that's a good thing to look for. Yeah, go outside and look for the bird. Yeah.
But
So what is it that Roy was showing us?
A telecentric lens.
Okay, explain.
okay, I'm going to let you explain that to Sue, to everybody.
It doesn't have a perspective when you look through it.
What?
It's you'll have to look it up, but it's quite a strange device.
Okay. And that was used for what?
It's mainly for technical photography, but I just got curious because I'm a very nosy person.
Okay.
There's no perspective.
blades?
No apertures.
Yeah,
Okay.
extra blades
Huh.
somewhere.
Look like a big magnifying glass, right? When you put it in front of your eyes, we can see through.
It's got a different look.
Look
It
at
doesn't. It's a very strange lens. That's all I'll say.
It looks
It's very
like
hard to explain.
it looks like you could use that to fry a lot of ants on the sidewalk, if you know what I mean.
I've got bigger lenses than this for that.
Yeah, Roy, how fast does your go-kart go?
This cart about 20 miles an hour.
Oh,
You noticed.
yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
I don't intend to be in it very long.
Yeah, it's
Excellent.
It's too slow.
Well, you got to call up Tim the two-man tailor and see if he can modify it for you.
Put V8 engine on the back.
Yeah, put an engine on the back. Yeah.
an auxiliary engine.
Roy will know this first. Did you know? Because it's Nikon's part of the discussion here. Is at one time, we'll go back to, let's say, in the 70s or even earlier, sooner than that, you had cameras that had motor drive systems or what have you, and what was considered fast back then might have been 1 or 2 frames a second. So the first camera that had any significant frame rate was the Nikon F's high-speed motor drive camera that came out in 1971, and that could do 7 frames per second. And that had they were able to do that because they did not have a movable mirror in it. They had what they called a fixed semi-transparent pellicle mirror instead of a moving mirror. Because the cameras with moving mirrors did typically 5 frames per second by the 1980s, and eventually got maybe as high as 10. And for those of you like me who owned or still own a Nikon D850, you have a 9 frame per second capability if you're using the optional battery grip with the larger battery, the ENEL 18A or B. You could do 9 frames a second. So pretty incredible that in 1971 Nikon was able to achieve a 7 frames per second rate with the technology that was available back then. That's
I
saying
can't do that. My F3 HS does nearly 14 frames a second. That was amazing at the time.
Yeah. And some of you may know this answer to this one, or you may understand this anyway, is what we've come used to seeing on many mirrorless cameras is focus peaking technology, especially, for using manual focus lenses and whatnot. But originally that technology came out for videography equipment. And Sony introduced it in around 2011. They put it on their Sony NEX series of cameras. And it was only possible to do the focus peaking on digital cameras that had an image sensor that was able to provide a continuous live video, which was typical of a lot of compact cameras, and on DSLRs that had that would raise the mirror to use the live view system on the back. So those, you could do focus peaking on those. So it started with videography, and that technology migrated into digital SLRs, and obviously exist on most, if not all, mirrorless cameras today. So it all started with video. So there's an example of video technology flowing back into the camera world.
Usually the other way around.
Yes, usually it's the other way around. And I'm going to do one more before I go to a different topic. But the first camera to utilize a TTL direct metering system was the 1975 Olympus OM2. Olympus had a lot of firsts in the camera industry, just like Minolta did. Okay, and people don't talk about Olympus, like they used to, and they still have great cameras. They really do. I mean, when they released their more recent cameras, and I mean, they ran them through very rigorous testing to be able to handle. They have extremely good weather sealing. They work in extreme temperature conditions. They took them to the coldest parts of the country and shot them and beat the what out of them. And those cameras hold up very, very well. So they have earned my respect. I mean, I'm not a Micro Four Thirds guy, obviously right now, but in terms of innovation and driven to have a very robust product, I do tip my hat off to Olympus, and I give them a lot of credit for what they did in the past and what they continue to do currently. So I give them kudos. I've got one more lengthy did you know, which I'll save for later in the show. I want to share with you a very, very, very short presentation. So you got to give me a second to bring it up. This is, I call this my glossy ibis presentation. And we've had, in the last 2 weeks in the park I know and love, there's been an influx of glossy ibis, and usually, we may see 2 or 3 here and there, but in the last couple of weeks we've had, groups 8 up to 8. Some cases, I'm sure there were times during the day when there were more than 8 there, but I mean, I saw as many as 8. And so they were. I'm going to tell you a little bit about them, what they look like, what their size is. I'll show you some images of them eating something that was totally unpredictable, what I did not expect to see them eating. And then we'll talk about what they were eating, and then I'll show you a full speed short video clip. So let me get that thing going. And it gets tough because I need to, go to the actual, you guys know that I've shared, you got to jump back and forth between your native file and your screen. I got to see what's on the screen here. And it will make the screen Well, I guess I'm not going to. What I could do is I can zoom 200%. I have it on the presentation itself is 200%. So can you guys read this okay at your end? What you see, is it okay?
I can read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start off with just talking about glossy ibises in general. Okay, they're in the Carolinas. They're one of two species of ibis. The more common one, at least in the area that I live in, is the white ibis. Living in the Myrtle Beach and traveling to the Murrells Inlet area of South Carolina. The glossy ibis is 22 to 24 inches in size. It can have a wingspan up to 3 feet across. It has a chestnut brown head and neck and this is what's cool about this bird, is it has iridescent green and bluish purple wings and a tail. And it looks absolutely gorgeous when the light is striking the bird at an angle and just lighting up that part of the body. It really, really looks really neat. It has a very long down curved bill. Okay, an avocet has a bill that curves up, and ibis has a bill that curves down. Now, most of the birding books say they feed on aquatic insects and crustaceans, but I've seen them eat small fish, and recently eating very large bullfrog tadpoles, which took me totally by surprise because in the area, it was in the pond area, which right now Mullet Pond is probably only about 8 inches deep right now at its deepest point, which is managed that way by the park management. There's a lot of grasses that are on top of it. Obviously conducive conditions, let's say, for tadpoles to proliferate and grow and be fairly well hidden. But when I saw them eating the food, when I was taking the pictures, even with the 800, I wasn't really on top of them, and I thought they were just eating fish, very small fish. Then when I zoomed in on a few images after I had taken enough, and I said, those aren't fish. Those look like tadpoles. And I'm like, they can't get that big. But we'll get into how big they get in a second.
Oh yeah, they can,
They
especially from bullfrogs. Yeah.
Yeah, and but these glossy ibis, they typically lay 4 to 6 eggs, pale blue, no markings on them. One brood per year. Incubate 20 to 21 days, shared by the female and the male, and they fledge in 28 to 32 days. Both male and the female feed the young, and they consider it a partial to non-migrator in the Carolinas. Now, I know glossy ibis I'm sure they're in Texas. There's other locations in the country where you find them, but they're pretty much, I guess you could say, residents within the Carolina area. And like I said, I was shocked, like eating tadpoles. I'm like, really? So they're in the pond, like I said, full of grass, shallow water, and they'd stick their bills through the grasses and be poking their heads up and down like a sewing machine, and they'd come up with a tadpole. But they're huge. Now, I found out that the tadpoles can get as long as 11 inches long, which to me was crazy. I'm like, really? And 11 inches long. And then by the time they develop into a frog, could take 14 weeks or a little bit more. And then the frog itself might only be 1 to 3 inches in size. So a lot of the length of the tadpole is obviously the tail, okay, which disappears when they turn into a frog, of course. But there are actually some tadpoles that when they're born, they lack a gene which actually allows them to evolve into a frog, and they stay a tadpole for their whole lifespan. They never turn into a frog. So they have a 2-chambered heart, while frogs have a 3-chambered heart. So I'm going to throw up a few pictures here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom on the app here. I'm going to zoom the picture and make it a little bit bigger. So hopefully it's a little bit bigger on your screen. Or maybe what I'll do is this, and I don't know. I don't know if that really helps, but yeah. So that's it, pulling a tadpole out of the water right there, and you can see the iridescent color pattern from the light hitting it on the side of the body. Very pretty bird. Sometimes you think, depending on how far away you are in the lighting conditions, you may think the bird is actually black and not, this brown color, but it is actually the brown color. So there is a picture there, and then I will go to the next one. And they were literally popping these tadpoles in their mouth like popcorn. I mean, it's amazing. They grab it at the very tip of their beak, and then without even really jerking their head back much, it's magically, they shoot the food item right down the gullet, pretty much right down the throat. It's really, really neat that they can do that. A lot of birds can do that though, but it is always fun to watch. And here's one more where the tadpole is not in line with the mouth, and it's sideways. So that's then they'll sit there and fool with it, and they'll flip it around in their mouth to try to get it lined up, in line with the opening in their mouth, and then swallow it down. But they were like, you're going to see in the video at full speed how fast these suckers are moving to try to get their food, and you might actually have a hard time even being able to see them get the food. I mean, that's how fast these guys are moving around. So I'm going to bring up the video clip, and hopefully you'll be able to see it properly. Oh. Can you see it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. I seem to have lost my screen for some reason, my channel screen.
No, it's working, Jeff.
It's working, yeah.
Okay. But you could see them moving around, and you got yellow legs behind them, and they're not moving like crazy people like these guys are. And near the end of the clip, there'll be one on the far right that gets a fish. So I'll tell you when I think. So keep an eye on that one that's in the far right of the screen, because he's going to get one near the very end of the video. But yeah, they're just they're like crazy, and they're just swallowing these tadpoles like. And the funny thing is I never hear frogs in this pond. Never hear frogs in this pond. I've only seen a frog in the freshwater pond in 6 years. Saw one frog. Used to hear the frogs. There you go. Used to hear the frogs all the time, and have not heard the frogs in a really, really, really long time.
The video quality on that was really good, Jeff. Like, it's really
and that video was not touched. That video is the MOV file, 120 frames per second, H.265 MOV file. Did not put it through any editing whatsoever, and I just dumped that MOV file into the, into the presentation.
Nice.
Good.
Really good.
Those ibises, the glossy and the white face, they're pretty, but you have to have good light, because if you don't have good light, they look like a dull brown bird. As soon as you get all these iridescent colors with a good light, they look amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. We have glossy ibises in Europe as well.
Yeah, but the ones in Europe migrate, correct, Luis?
Well,
They go to Africa or not? I think so.
I don't think so. Well, in Eastern Europe, I'm not sure. In Portugal, Spain, they just migrate from, they don't migrate. They stay within the peninsula, but they just go to different grounds in the winter.
So interesting enough, somebody from here from Corral put a video, Jeff, about a glossy, because here in the West we don't have glossies, we have white face. Okay?
And that's what's interesting is because I got into a very long discussion with a birder, someone who's more experienced birder, and I said, those glossies had the white around the face.
They
Yeah,
do.
they
I'm
do.
looking through the bird guides, and I was so sure it was a white-faced ibis. And then he had to give me a history lesson and tell me that it is not a white-faced ibis. It is actually a glossy ibis. But
And it had to do with the reddish leg. I don't know. I know.
yeah, it was a very minor difference between the two. And I think you're right. I think it had to do with the coloration of the leg. And but I'm looking at the iridescence of the body. I'm looking at the color of the body. I'm looking at the face, and I'm saying, and I'm flipping through books, and I'm looking on the internet, and I'm like, oh, that's a white-faced ibis, and then I said, nope, that's not what it is. And I go, why not? Why isn't it? And like you said, I think it had to do with the color of the legs. And but it's a cool look. It's a cool looking bird, and the iridescence on the feathers is gorgeous. Yeah. Really nice.
So the interesting portion of this, Jeff, is that I may go on. Interesting how sometimes the life of people here intercept, because in a local park here, which is not that far from my house, actually there is a bunch of these ibises, mostly white face, but it's in a flock. Apparently there is a couple of glossies, which are not supposed to be here. So a lot of the local true birders, I'm mostly a photographer, are all, agitated because they have a rarity here, Luis, because they have a flock of white face with a couple of glossies, which are not supposed to be here.
No. Yeah, I can understand that.
They've got an intruder now, and they don't like it.
Exactly.
Well, you better go complain to the bird.
Yeah, I mean,
indeed.
You saw how fast that they were moving, right, when they were feeding. Yeah. And the thing is, the white ibis are not like that. Their behavior is different. They're not. The white ibis are, they'll get mudworms, small fish. At least where I am, mudworms, small fish, insects, and they will actually get blue crabs, and they will break the legs off so the crabs cannot get away, and then you'll have the body without any legs on it, and then they'll proceed to break that in half and get all the meat out and eat it, and go back and eat the legs if they want to afterward. And they're very and wood storks will eat the blue crabs and do the same thing. They'll rip the legs off, and then they'll work on the body. A lot of birds do that. Clapper rails do the same thing with smaller crabs. But anyway, yeah, it's really interesting. But they're not moving as fast with the head up and down like the like the glossies are, man. They were like on a mission from where. I mean, they were just gobbling up tadpoles like it was insane. And I'm like, where did all these tadpoles come from? I never even hear any frogs. All of a sudden the thing's full of tadpoles. It's crazy. And they're big, and they're big, and they're big. You're not like that. They're like gigantic.
And that was with 800, David, Jeff?
Yeah, 800. And I got a few where the tadpole was in the mouth, in the beak a certain way, where you could you're looking at it with the tail going towards the throat, and you look at it and you could see the eyes of like a frog. It's a frog.
Wow.
So the head looks, the front of the head looks like a frog.
Yeah.
And really kind of freaks you out a little bit.
Yep. I'm going to call it tonight, Jeff.
Okay.
And see you next week.
Thanks for coming on. In 17 minutes, I'm going to be calling it a morning at my end. it'll be after midnight pretty soon.
Well, anyway, it's great seeing you all again. Yeah, and Roy, keep up the great work, and I don't see Mosman that often. Well, later on. So, but anyway, yes, we're going to go weather dependent. We're going to shoot the sunrise in Osprey in the morning. Maybe take some home for dinner. Yeah. So, see you later.
Take it
See
easy.
you, David.
Hey guys.
Bye.
Yeah, David.
See, and one of us shooting today was smart, which is this guy, and the other guy wasn't so smart because I wasn't wearing a hat and I'm a bit red, and Tim had a hat on all day. So one of us was smart, one of us was not smart. And when I go to the beach on Monday, I'm definitely wearing. I'm going full safari on Monday. I'm going to wear my safari hat, my safari shirt, my safari pants, and I'm going to be prepared for hot weather and insect free, and all my clothing is coated with an insect repellent built
forget the camera.
built into the clothing. So I'm not going to fry on Monday. I'm going to stay as cool as I can and not toast the egg. Not toast this egg.
You don't want to have a fried Jeff. I got to drop, guys, but it was nice seeing y'all.
Me too.
Yeah, I was sunny side up today.
Nice. All right, good night, guys. We'll see you next time.
Take care, Joe.
Yeah, we'll see y'all later. Have a good week. We'll see you when I'm in New York.
Yeah, hey, and don't ruin the place when you go there. It's.
Oh, I'm going to fly my drone everywhere. No, I'm just kidding. It's like I've been doing some research, and it's like not even in New Jersey. Like you can't even fly in Jersey. I'm going to keep looking. I'm going to try to find a place like 80 kilometers away where you can't see anything, but I will try to find a spot to launch. But if I can't, it's just going to be the telephoto.
Don't spend your vacation in a New York City jail. You don't want that.
No, I don't. And I'm blonde, and it's not going to go well. I know it's going to be rough, and I don't like it. And yeah, okay, I'm going to go now on that happy note. Roy, great seeing you. You're looking chipper as always. Happy to see you're recovering, man. So looking forward to getting your full SAS and equipment back in a few weeks, man. We gotta. There's a certain yeah, but Roy, there's a certain amount of anger you bring when you're sharing gear that I've never seen from anyone, and it's wonderful. So we need that level of fury back. Maybe not quite there. Maybe like 90% of it. Just
you had that guy, the angry photographer, but he never met Roy, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Roy would bury him. All right, guys. Good night.
Take it easy, Joe.
See you, Joe.
Thanks, Al. Bye.
But let's see. We can make everybody a little bit bigger now.
I'm big enough already.
You'd rather be on the small side?
Yeah, I think so. I need to lose weight.
I'll leave it like this for now so that Tim can put it on the screen too. Well, yeah, I need to. I won't say I obviously need to lose weight. I've lost some weight, but I got long way to go. Long way to go. See, I got to go on Luis's diet, and then I'll be thin.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
He's on the right diet. Obviously, he eats healthy.
We do our best, yes. By the way, just a small thing that happened to me this week. One of these, I still have one of these external memories. What is it called? Anyway, I let it fall from about 2 feet, and it doesn't work anymore. And I had all the selected pictures from Costa Rica, but I had it also on a different drive.
Oh.
So I actually was processing 2 of them, so those were lost, and I was like, you can't believe that after several years this happens to me. But I always have everything copied twice or 3 times. Well, if I plug it in the computer, I hear this sound going bzz, 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 and
it's a mechanical crap drive.
Yes.
But it was
never
not
happened to me before, and
mistake.
I keep on copy from one to the other as the years go by, but it never happened before.
Yeah, it's a head crash.
I know.
Yeah, sounds like a head crash, scraping the platters.
Yep.
That's exactly what I thought.
But Luis, that was on a portable or one that you have in your home computer?
Doesn't matter.
No,
It's
no,
going
it's,
to break
yeah,
if you
yeah.
drop it.
No, it was a portable.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I actually carried this one last time as a third, let's say, backup. Was an old drive anyway.
These are much more reliable.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Dropping.
Yeah, those I carry as well. But anyway, I had this one just to take it to work and to work to process a picture
Not
here and there,
anymore.
and then it's not working anymore. Like, okay,
Right, but your best advice here is that make sure you have more than one backup. Anything that matters to you, make sure you have it more in one place.
yeah, that's why I wasn't bothered. I was more surprised that it didn't fall from that. You know, I just pick up my laptop and it was on top of it, and it just slides away and just falls, and then it stops working.
Sometimes
That's the problem with those mechanical drives. They're not good for moving.
Yeah, that's it.
They're good if you leave them on place
sometimes
for
you can take
backups.
them. I was saying that this is not scratch. Sometimes you can take them for a recovery center. We have a couple of those here, but those are expensive. I mean,
Very, very, very expensive.
yeah,
Yeah, sure, but I have nothing there that I need to recover. I'm just wondering what am I going to do to delete everything that I have inside.
exactly.
A colleague of mine said, put it on a microwave for 2 seconds. And I said, well,
Don't fry the motherboard too.
A big hammer works well though too.
If
yeah,
anything,
that's what I thought as well.
microwave. Sometimes you can throw them in the freezer for a little bit, and then maybe recover some data. But microwave, no.
Very hard to erase the data from the platters.
Oh, I see. Yeah. No,
The
so I didn't
motherboard
lose
doesn't
anything,
easy
but I
to
mean, the
store.
whole event was like a reminder that I was actually doing the right thing by copying everything 2 or 3 times.
Wow.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you hear a little bit of noise. That's the time. Grab quickly to do some.
Yeah.
Hey, that's another. I'll use that story as an excuse to promote people making photo books once in a while. Because the photo book ain't going to crash. You make the book. You have it forever.
Unless it fades.
Unless your house catches on fire, you'll have that book.
Sunrise in the Netherlands there. Please.
Yeah, it's we're getting there, but it's covered. It's overcast. Yeah, it's been a bit like that for a few days. It's been quite cold this last week. It's getting warmer now the next few days, but maybe not today.
Luis, here today we got a bunch of snow.
Okay.
Snow. Snow.
Yeah.
I like snow for about a day or 2, and that's it.
No, I like snow. I like it a lot, but at this time of the year, even I don't like it as much. When everything goes green, and then suddenly, because you lose all the, you have flowers and stuff.
Mm-hmm, yes. Yeah.
Then you, I wanted to do some. I got some ideas on some stuff that I want to do with the bluebirds, and today I was not able to get out because it was snowing all day. It was supposed to be rain and turned out to be snow.
Well, you get to get pictures of those rare white-capped bluebirds.
Yes.
It's nice to take pictures with snow. I don't.
No, I do like it, but you see this spring snow is wet and it's not. It's all is messy. It's not nice, right?
No, that's true. Yeah.
So I do like to be out with the snow, but not when it's. I mean, and that cold kind of just above freezing snow is not the most comfortable one to work on.
No, not at all. It feels very wet. Yeah, it's not nice.
Yeah, when I left the snowy sections of New England and moved down south, I was like, nah, snow, no, I don't miss it.
I mean, remember Denver is typically on the dry side, right? So, like even Calgary, where our Canadian friends are, because we are in the other side of the Rockies, there is not too much rain here or snow, so
Yeah,
tend to be on the
yeah.
fresh side. But today was a rare day. Actually, those storms that are going with tornadoes across the U.S. now. I mean, those were here yesterday. It was a thunderstorm, Jeff, and the thunders, were not stopping. It was like 10 minutes. Blah, 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 blah. There was a continuous rumble. I never heard that.
Can we blame the storms on a front from Canada? Because we should try to blame
Yeah.
we should try to blame Canada for this.
Must be a front, yeah. Some
Yeah.
kind.
Because usually that's what our weather people do. They'll say, "Well, it was supposed to be, only supposed to get 6 inches of snow."
Yeah, ours here come from.
But that's because we got a cold front from Canada that came in and changed the weather pattern and blah blah blah. We
Actually,
always blame
our
Canada.
low pressure system here, when they come, they actually come from California.
Tim, California, they're knocking you.
All right.
So we get it like a day after they get it there. But no, this one actually has some moisture from the south, so that's why it was wet, right?
No. Yeah, when we have bad weather here, it always comes from France and Belgium. That's the way it normally goes.
But the Dutch always blame everything on the Belgians, so that's not surprise me.
Yeah, but that's true. But it's to begin with, I'm not Dutch.
I know.
But although I work in the Netherlands, the airspace that I control is a Belgium airspace, not the Dutch one.
Oh, okay.
We are a multinational center.
Okay.
So my working area is actually Belgium, which is just across the border.
Because no Dutch will do Belgian. That's the reason why they have you.
Oh, but
People that don't understand here, the Dutch always has some everything, all the jokes and everything in Holland are about the Belgians, correct?
Yeah,
Or
generally.
it used to be. I don't know what nowadays.
No, it's the same, and it's the other way around as well. It's nice at work because we have people from pretty much everywhere, and so we have jokes about everybody all the time. So it's very nice.
Exactly.
I think I'm gonna head out.
Okay. Well, Tim's going to be leaving us, and he's going to make the hour-and-a-half journey back to North Carolina, and then I will see him on Monday for our beach photo shoot, and then maybe a little bit of street photography at some point in time after we have something to eat. And so I thank him for joining us and working on those pictures in the background behind the wall of shame here. While everybody was talking and tolerating my poor little puppy who was making him miserable the whole that time he was here. From the moment he got in the house, he reacted to the dog. So her feelings are hurt because she thinks Tim doesn't like him, but he just can't breathe around her.
Actually, I don't have allergies. I'm just sad. Being around Jeff makes me sad.
It's contagious, or what?
It's contagious, yeah. Sadness is pervasive in this household, so I share it with as many people as I can. But you have everything.
Yeah, I'm all set.
You're all set.
Yeah, I'm all set. So
Have a good drive, safe drive.
thank you.
It was fun today,
Yeah, it's always
and
fun.
we'll see you on Monday.
All right,
And stay out of trouble.
looking forward to it.
Nice to see you together there for sure.
You
Yeah,
know,
tell them we're gonna try and go live on.
oh, we're gonna actually. We don't know how this is gonna work. We might actually try to go live from the beach on Monday during the day. I got to fool around. I'm gonna fool around tomorrow and see if I could get into Restream, set something up in Restream, and see if I can access it from my phone.
But Tim bought that gizmo,
I
correct?
have it with me.
Yeah, but it's not for Android phone. It's for iPhones.
I have to log into his YouTube account from my phone.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We'll figure something out.
well,
hopefully.
yeah, we'll try to get something to happen if we can, and then you can see the birds nesting live.
Send us the warning so that we can, if we are not doing anything else, we can watch it.
Well, even if you are doing anything else, you'll watch
Well,
But you got all your candy?
Yeah.
Okay. Grab something to drink
Yeah,
out of the
can I grab a
fridge.
Coke on the way out?
Yeah.
Some caffeine.
Get some Coke, whatever you need. Coca-Cola. I want to clarify. It's Coca-Cola, not Coke.
Good recovery there. Good recovery.
Yeah.
Should I go out? What store should I go out?
You could just go out the front door, unlock it, and I'll lock it later.
Okay. All right.
You know, no one's gonna dare come in the house with my killer dog here to greet him. Patch, take it easy. We'll see you around 7:30 Monday. Well, here you go. All these arrangements being made here, guys, on the show. And but yeah, it's an hour and a half to get to Wilmington from Myrtle Beach. So interesting.
You can still see the end of the show.
Not a bad drive. Not a bad.
So did you take it to see the wolf or not?
No, that. Like I said, there were way too many people there today
Okay.
due to some event that was going on, and he did not see. I had breakfast in the morning. He got here. He didn't have anything to eat at all. So it was like 2:00, and we wanted to get some food in us before. I wanted to get food in him more than me before dinner time. And then we go to a restaurant. And just as we pull in the parking lot, I see a hand in the door, and it flips the sign and it says, "Sorry, we're closed." So then we had to find another place to eat. And we were running out of places. I says, "I don't want to go to McDonald's." I says, "I don't want to take you to McDonald's." And you'll tell everybody I'm such a cheap son of a gun that I bought you a Happy Meal at McDonald's while you were here visiting or something, and I'll never live it down. I says, "We got to find a regular restaurant." So we found something, and
I can tolerate the McDonald's breakfast, but if I take a couple of Big Mac or a Big Mac in the afternoon, I pay big time.
Yeah.
So Jeff, talking about, so I know you're reserving some of your photos of the nesting hummingbird that Mrs. Martin Hill found for you. So the question is, did you take some videos?
no.
No.
It was believe me, it was difficult to get a sharp image because there were a lot of twigs
branches
around the nest, and you were trying to find just that small enough opening where you could focus on make sure the hummingbird was in focus. And the nest itself is probably not much bigger than it's probably the diameter, I would say, diameter of a golf ball, maybe. The inside diameter of the nest is maybe the size of a golf ball or slightly bigger. From what I've read, the hummingbird eggs are anywhere from pea size to jelly bean size. I saw some hummingbird videos where somebody had a field camera and they were filming the nest continuously, pretty much. And I saw the hummingbirds, the eggs were about the size of a jelly bean, and saw them hatch and mama come and feed them or whatever. It was kind of neat. But very, very small nest. And the only reason anybody even found that nest was because they were sitting in a certain location and they saw a hummingbird fly in their line of sight, and they followed it and they saw it land in the nest. And if that person, whoever it was, didn't see that, you could walk through the woods and look with the naked eye all you want. You would never find that nest.
Yeah, the good thing is that they do that. They go fly towards where the nest is, stop, they look around, and then they go in. So when you find them, I actually hear when I find them, sometimes they nest. I find them, but the nest is not in a good position, okay, for any camera viewing, too high or behind something. It's when they start bringing materials, because you can see them going in always the same direction. So you go in that direction, then you watch them, and then a little bit afterwards, you see them again. But one thing, Jeff, that I had done with hummingbirds, and I know Martin was here talking about the location is hard. Depend where they are, correct? Again, that's another good application for auto capture. So you can wait for the bird to go away, boom, then you bring your tripod, put it there, wait, let the auto capture do his work, and then wait until they go out again, and then you can go and try to get your camera, correct? Because you don't want to disturb them. Actually, one of the things is that you don't want to alert predators of the presence of the nest. So if you make it too obvious, look, magpies and other, birds that they watch us, correct? So if we find something, sometimes they notice that, hey, there is a nest here because somebody's walking around, correct? So
well, the thing with this, because of I'm not going to reveal where the picture was taken. I'm just going to say that you don't want to draw a lot of attention,
of course,
to that area. You don't want to see the nest get disturbed. You don't want to see 50 people walking through the woods trying to find it. You're aware that it's there. That's fine. You want to kind of keep it to yourself for the most part, because you don't want it to become a circus. You don't want to have it where it lays the eggs and abandons the nest because it gets spooked because there's too many people hanging around in the area. So it was done in a very quick, kind of a run and gun, get a few shots and go away.
Yeah.
To not draw attention to it being there, because the last thing I want to do is cause harm to the nest or the hummingbird itself. And
remember, in my case is different because it's in my house, correct? So
yeah. If it's in your own personal property, on your property, and the only people that are going to see it is you because it's on your property, that's a whole different ball game. But if you're in a public area where thousands of people a day go,
you want to draw attention to it.
You don't want to draw attention to it.
No,
but I tell you, the certainly here, the scrub jays and the magpies, they do watch. I mean, it's like, it's like when you have feeders, correct, and you go out and put food, they watching you. Sometimes some of them, they will come waiting for you to finish putting the food to eat. So if you find a nest of not only the hummingbird but any nest, you have to be careful because the predators can also watch you, right?
Yeah.
Well, what was interesting is when I'm going to back up 3 years, go back in time 3 years, when we had an active nesting season for the tricolors and the greenies and everything else. Is the green herons always like to make nests that were pretty low to the water.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't build. I mean, an anhinga or a heron, those nests were typically pretty high up in a tree or up in the air a bit. Okay, but the green herons seem to build their nests significantly lower, and unfortunately, a lot of those babies didn't make it because the gators day would start off in the freshwater pond, and then it would migrate to the brackish water pond, and they'd go across the road and go into the marsh, and sometimes even go into the beaches from there. Okay, and then work their way back, and but these birds that like to make the nests lower in the smaller trees paid a price because the gators could lunge and go up in the air, hit the branch and knock the nest right in the water and eat the young. That was a very common thing. You'd one day you'd be there and you'd be taking pictures of the birds in the nest, and the next day you'd go and there's no nest there anymore. It's gone. And you knew what happened, and then somebody would tell you, "Oh yeah, I was here when the gator hit it," and did its thing, and the gators are always There's always some gators hanging around any area where there's nesting birds, hoping that when the young are born, one falls out of the nest, or
the rookies.
yeah,
I bet they do. Yeah.
they're opportunistic feeders, and they don't want to work too hard. And if they get served a meal by accident, they're going to take advantage of it. There's no doubt about it.
So Jeff, on the hummingbird, the interesting thing about the ruby throated ones, the ones that you have there, correct,
Yeah.
is that the females nest in an area where there is a resident male, correct? So one thing to find sometimes the male is during the breeding season they defend the territory, and they do this special flight, correct? It's almost like a letter J. So they fly down, close to the ground, and then they go straight up and display. So there is a flight display that is associated with those that sometimes can help you to locate the males, which is their feeders or favorite perch. You can try to get a good photo of the males.
The males have been I've only been down here about 6 years now, and in that time frame, it is really, really rare to see the males. You'll see tons of females, and then once in a while, a male will sneak into the area, and it doesn't stay very long, and poof, it's gone. The females are still
because they have. Is that because they have their own territory and then stay there?
Yeah, they're not in the same area that the females are in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the females are within the territory that these males display, and obviously later on in the season when these chicks eventually become hatchlings and they become fledgling, then you have a lot of immatures that look like females, correct? So, but that's a good thing, Jeff.
Well, like at the botanical gardens, they like those firecracker plants. They call them firecracker plants. The long fluted flowers that they like to feed on, and that botanical gardens is still in the process of planting flowers. It's going to be a while before you have any of those firecracker plants that are in bloom and tall enough and large enough to attract the hummingbirds. So that's not they're going to be anytime soon. That's going to be probably I'm guessing a month or more away before that opportunity may exist. But I like going to the park when I going to that garden area when I had the opportunity of not trying to capture anything that's just happens to land in a tree that's near a hummingbird feeder, and wanting to get them feeding naturally on flora and the flowers, and that's when I enjoyed taking them the most. When you just sit in one space very still and you wait patiently and you wait for them to show up and you get them feeding out of the flowers. Those are the pictures that I like to try to get, but they don't cooperate. They don't cooperate. Lots of times they just don't.
Very tough. Yeah, it's very tough.
They're not there the day you're there, and then you meet somebody else. Well, I went the next day and it was fantastic.
The ones here in my house. I was saying in the chat there, I was talking about when you were talking about the hummingbird, that mine had not arrived, which is they are a little bit late because they typically arrive here about April 14, right? And it's already past that, and I haven't seen one yet. So, but I put the feeders.
It's snowing.
Well, but Luis, believe it or not, and you know that because
they arrive anyway.
They don't mind. I mean, I have seen, because April here still you have the chance, like we have today, of snow, correct? I have seen them standing there in the feeders with snow around, no problem.
Okay.
So these ones that migrate north, they can tolerate it. Obviously they don't live where there's snow every day. But these kind of spring snowstorms, they can get it, and
You can get it.
sometimes they even get into like these high altitude ones in Costa Rica or in Los Andes.
Yeah, they are related, I understand.
They almost go into a kind of no hibernation, but some sort of stopper where
Yeah,
they
torpor.
lower their metabolism a lot.
Just before I go, because I have to go shortly, I probably will take a very old lens that I found on a shoebox, kind of the 18 to 300 DX for macro for reptiles. All of a sudden, I remembered I used to take a lot of lizard pictures with that old lens. I got it back from, well, my son kind of had it for a couple of years. So I went to his drawer, got the lens back, made a few shots yesterday, and I was still surprised how good the lens is at short range.
Okay.
Not at a distance. I actually compared it with the 200 to 500, and the 200 to 500 is better. But at close range, say 10 feet or closer, there is hardly any difference.
Yeah, Roy doesn't like the lens. Neither do I.
No, that's why I mentioned it to Roy before he falls asleep, because or before I fall asleep. But I actually was surprised, and I might take it to Arizona just because it's small, and well, it's easy to carry.
It makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
because I don't expect to make a lot of macro shots like I did in Costa Rica. So taking the 100 might be. Sometimes I take the 100 and I take no shots. That happened to me already, because it's not my priority, let's say. So I'll probably take that one instead. And if there is a lizard at a few meters away, I know the lens is good enough. At least the copy that I have. Because I know that the lens doesn't have always good reviews, but if looking back to some of the pictures I took, like even, I don't know, 7-8 years ago when my kids were younger, there are very good pictures there. But I never took long-range photos with that lens. All within a few meters or a few yards. And then the lens is good enough, let's say.
Better than the 100 to 400 in your case.
I don't think so.
Well, I don't know, but it's focused really, really close. It's focused in less than 2 feet. So,
yeah, that's one thing, Luis, which I don't know. I mean, I don't have them for the Z system, but the extension tubes
okay.
for the mirror that probably will work very well as well.
Yeah.
And because there is no optics.
Yeah, but the thing is, because I think I'm going to be hiking a lot, I was wondering, I'm not going to take the 180 to 600 because it's way too big.
Yeah, that's heavy.
It's also the biggest lens I have, and it will not fit in my let's say backpack that I carry over my shoulder with the Z9.
Take the 600, correct? You're taking the
600.
Yeah,
but that one, but I wanted to carry 2 combinations. I might even end up taking the 200 to 500 instead of the 180 to 600 because it's a lot smaller, not heavier. Well, I mean, it's as heavy, I suppose, or even heavier. But I can make it smaller than the 180 to 600. And I still have it anyway. And I know they can fit on my small backpack at the back because I will need to carry food, water, and all of that,
Of course. Hiking is
yeah, because I don't mind carrying the 180 to 600 like I did it last time, but then we were not walking that much and not carrying food and things around, or I don't know. But so that will be also a consideration. I'm still happy with the quality of that lens, and it's also because I'm not going to shoot at a long distance, because then I have the 600 for it, or the 500 for that matters.
Yeah.
It's a luxury problem, but I'll probably take the old 18 to 300 just to have it as a third lens when things are really close nearby.
I like the 28 to 300 better.
That one I don't have. I have a 70 to 300 G series, the old one.
That's not a bad lens.
Yeah, and that one is my son at the moment, so he's not here. So I have to kind of lure him back home with the lens. And maybe, and then take it from him or whatever. But it's funny that all of a sudden I think about these lenses I haven't used for several years, and then and at least at a short distance, it was surprisingly good, which was what I remembered when I was traveling with my kids and with that lens as the only lens.
They push new lenses on us, but some of those old lenses are really good.
Yeah, it depends on how we use it. Because
Yes.
I was shooting yesterday here from one side of the living room to the other, and then it could not compare with because I was comparing those two, the 200 to 500 at a distance.
It's probably wide
it was far
open.
better.
And you use it for macro,
Exactly.
research and stuff like that.
That's what I use it for.
Yeah, what I mean is it doesn't matter if the motors are not that fast, correct? Because
No.
that's the other thing. Those other lenses, they you know, they take
Absolutely,
forever.
Macro is mostly manual anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, or with a bit of autofocus just to help. Yeah.
Moving yourself, you move yourself up and down.
Yeah, I'm somehow I'm not good at it. I know the theory, but I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, sometimes you're moving an inch one way or the other. That's just enough to screw up the shot pretty bad. So exactly. I mean, believe it or not, I'm happy with the Z105 and shooting pinpoint autofocus in AFC mode and
take a few shots.
Fire off a few shots, and if I'm bobbing and weaving that little bit, or for whatever reason I'm overtired or whatever, and I'm not as steady, I'll still get a great shot because I'll just get a series of half dozen shots, AFC mode, pinpoint autofocus, nails it every time. Don't have to manually focus it at all.
It's a good lens, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I have to jump off because it's like 6:21 and I have to leave in 9 minutes. So
all right.
I'll probably join you guys next week.
Review.
We have a night shift
next week, and we're at 48 images. So
okay, it's getting there.
We got another week of shots that people can bring in. So hopefully we beat the 60 mark.
Yeah, as long as you're happy with. Okay.
Oh, hey, I don't care. 60, 70, whatever we get. I'm happy.
Very good.
We'll make sure we watch them all.
Okay.
Have a good night. Thank you for stopping in.
Well, it's a morning. I'm going to work now, so enjoy the rest of the night, guys.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
So Martin, it was mentioned here that he's going to be trying to do auto capture for the beaters. So the beaters are actually a good species to do with auto capture because they do like to perch on the same branch all the time. So if you find one of those branches, then you can set it up there. And beaters are fantastic. I love them.
And if the branch is moving, you just restrict the area the photographer is going to take.
Yeah, and that's what it works. Okay, I actually probably will one of these meetings trying to do a little bit of a presentation on auto capture because that's what I do. Correct. So sometimes you have to certainly, for instance, you have this issue of combination, correct? Mm-hmm. Motion and bird. Actually, this auto capture work the best when it's simple, right? So most of the time, motion, if you can do it with motion, try to do it with motion. I know you're photographing bird, but if you add, if to your logical statement, this and this and this and that, you're more likely to fail. If you make it simple, I want one thing, it works better. And then, like you were saying, Roy, excluding stuff, correct?
Mm.
So for the hummingbird, is that if you have a feeder here and you're photographing or a flower here, and the flower will move a little bit with the wind, correct? Yeah. Then I exclude the flower from the picture because I don't want the flower to trigger the auto capture. I keep the active areas around the flower. So there is I may put a presentation, but that will be a bigger project, Jeff, because that takes a lot more.
Well, what's they say, call it the KISS principle, right? Keep it simple, stupid, right? The more complicated you make it, the more likely you are to fail.
Exactly. And with auto capture and all these techniques, there is a lot of failure, correct? There's a lot of iterations of learning.
Settings.
Yeah. But yeah, it was I'm trying to think of the other bird that you another bird that would be good for that is the nuthatches. Right, because they're sitting there cleaning out. They got the hole in the tree. They're they're throwing the, like you showed it. They're throwing out the material. They're cleaning, so you could get a lot of activity with using auto capture because you just got to focus in that one area.
The nesting birds are every nest that is a cavity or something, that work fantastic. Actually, sometimes it works too well, because then you end up with, you go back to your camera and you find that you have, 3,000 images. Right? So that then can be, it's not a trouble. You just pick some and reformat your memory card. But I got certainly any kind of nesty bird. It's easy. Actually, I'm waiting because, as I told last week, my woodpeckers, both the hairy and they're still building the nest. When they are building the nest, auto capture is not good because I got to get 3,000 images. Right? When they finish, then I can use auto capture, because then they go in and out. So when they are in, I don't go into to have any problem. Actually, probably later I can show something here, Jeff. Because the other thing that I have been trying to do with because that was a bummer today with all the snow, correct? Actually, I have been heavily working on like I told you, one camera with auto capturing one subject and the other one with me in the other. But today I couldn't do anything, correct? But I have been not experimenting, taking some photos and making composites. That's just I chose one later on here when we get to the 11 o'clock hour, just to get us through the final hump.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab a drink, and I'll be back in drink and a bathroom break. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. So
that's all right.
I'm going to move you over here and let you guys keep the conversation going, and then I'll pop back in a minute so you guys, hey, talk sports or something.
No, that's okay.
What's that?
We can continue with the auto capture, but indeed,
talk cricket. You'll have to talk cricket.
Well, that's only right.
No idea. Never know anything about cricket or soccer.
No, not me either on the cricket.
I know cameras and I know computers. That's about it.
So, Roy, you haven't experimented too much with auto capture yourself, correct?
I've played with it. I've got reasonable results, but I'm still not happy with it. It needs a lot of tweaking.
Yes, that's what if I can put a presentation, it's the user interface is not the friendliest one, correct? And
it's very long,
and you have to do a lot of,
lots of menus to do anything.
Exactly. Just so it's like anything that requires a lot of pressing buttons. If you use it frequently, then you know your way around.
Yeah, correct? But no, I'm not using it enough.
Yeah, but it's actually one thing that they could have implemented better.
Probably will.
Or put some sort of shortcut.
I think the same guy wrote Crap Bridge.
Exactly. Yeah. So indeed that's a problem, correct? Because By the way, that we were talking about the snap bridge. Last year, I had one of these nesting hummingbirds. That's actually turned out to be good because I can put the camera close to the nest, went inside the house, and the birds were not disturbed. And then I can use snap bridge to trigger the camera as well. Not only to trigger, but I was seeing what the camera was seeing, correct? So I could trigger the time. So it has some uses. It should
It
work
does. It's
better.
getting better.
And it worked,
But it could be so
Wi-Fi.
much better.
Hey, we have Terry here. So I will put a little presentation at one point on this one.
I'm still struggling to get decent pictures from it. I've had a few, but not as many as I should, I think.
Yeah, no, it beats a camera trap. I got all the equipment for camera trap, and setting it up is so much inconvenience. A proper camera trap.
Yeah, but at least that's cheaper. Leaving a Z9 in the forest is a worry.
Yeah, well, exactly. No, it's a problem. That's why people use all cameras, correct?
Mm.
Yeah,
For the
you
camera trap.
don't cry as bad if they disappear.
Exactly.
That's why I think auto capture should be on the cheaper Nikons, not on the Z9, Z8s.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't implement it on the ZF as well. And probably eventually they will come down.
Hello, Terry. Good to see you. I was stepped away for a minute. I didn't see that you popped in, so good to see you. And obviously, we're all very happy that Roy is with us tonight. It's
not as much as Roy.
A week without Roy. A week without Roy is like a day without sunshine. You know what I mean? We're used to having him as a fixture on the whether it be AP Studios or Photo Talk here with me. It's like, and Gustavo, being active on this channel and getting him into the booth here, has been a blessing, and a lot of great information and sharing of information. And, it's been, it's good. I mean, this is episode 40, guys. I mean, this is
amazing.
This is
amazing. It's still going.
This is 39 more than I thought it was going to
be. and you're, by the way, Jeff, let me embarrass you a little bit here. Because you are 5 subscribers short of 500.
Oh, I don't care.
I know that you know. That's what I said. I'm going to embarrass you, but we do need to get you there over the 500. I may have to ask my wife sign in, and
it's the demographics are such where, well, the thing is too, not really doing any content right now on the base channel isn't going to help that any, because it's just going to be the live stream for the most part. But like I said, I'm like I did tonight. I mean, I'm going to share some stuff I do
that sounds good.
on this stream. One, it's not as time consuming for me. I can still share what I'm doing, and hopefully people get enjoyment out of it. Learn something a little about it. I mean, I learned something new this week with seeing glossy ibis sucking down giant tadpoles. I never thought. I mean, that was so weird. Cool. Being there and watching that, even if I didn't have the camera, to just stand there and watch that happen was mind-boggling. I mean, it was like, this is too cool. This is like so cool to watch.
And that's why nature is always so rewarding, because you never know what you're going to get.
Well, your best camera is right here.
Exactly.
your best hard drive is right here.
Yeah.
Right?
Camera remembers it better.
Ava's taking off, putting the 28 to 400 through some paces. Yeah, hey, enjoy. Let us know how you like that.
Exactly. We need a review from Eva on the 20 to 400. A small presentation from Eva on that one. That's a good traveling lens if you want to take one lens.
It's amazing release, that 28 to 400. Be a great travel lens.
Exactly.
Not sure if I like the variable aperture being that wide though. So
go ahead, Patch. Go ahead.
enough light will be a good lens.
We're in the zone here. Come on,
balls again.
So I'm going to take a small break. Now's my time. You have to take a break. I'll come back in a second.
Okay, that sounds good. So, Roy, what's your opinion on what I was planning on doing Monday is in using the 1 to 4, bring the TC with me if I need it, which I don't think I will.
I don't think the TC goes well on the 1 to 4.
Yeah.
But will you need it?
I mean,
you should know the area. You should know what you need.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'll be. I mean, where I think it'll hurt a little bit is with the trying to pick up the birds when they're coming in from the ocean with the fish. That I'm not going to be able to grab them and track them. I'll have to wait till they get close enough, to be a large enough size in the frame. Versus obviously if I take the 800, I could zing on them right away, real early, but you're
too slow, they'll be too close.
But if I'm doing video, I don't have any 95 millimeter unless they somehow get delivered right away. They already shipped them to me. If I get the 95 millimeter ND filters, then I can.
Pity they don't have slip-ins like the bit more expensive lenses. My 600's got slip-in filters.
Yeah.
And that's a wonderful way to go. You pay for it. So does a 400.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't have 13 grand to spend on a lens. Well, and not survive the next day. My wife I'd be walking around in crutches within 24 hours.
With a very high voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sold my Noct, my old AIS Noct, and I'm trying to wonder what to do with the money. ZF looks good.
What's that?
The ZF looks good.
Oh, yeah. I like the ZF a lot. I really do.
Different.
ZF-3's
too much like what I've already got, I think.
Yeah.
From what I've seen of it.
I mean, I showed it last week. I bought the, oops, sorry, Patch. Oh. Yeah, I talked about it last week a little bit. I bought the old 28 millimeter AIS f2.8.
That's a very good lens.
And for even by today's standards, it's still good. So I'm looking forward to trying that out on the ZF too.
Why not?
I mean, what I get, when I pick up some of the older glass though, I got to make myself like a little checklist and put down all my Nikon bodies, list all my Nikon bodies that I have, list the old lenses anyway, and say, oh, if you put it on that camera, remember that you got to lift the little lever up or something before you put it on. Or this one, you don't have to do that because there's all these different scenarios depending on what era the camera is and everything.
If you're using an FTZ adapter, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I was really extremely happy how that 135, that old 135 defocus control lens
Yes.
worked with the FTZ adapter. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. And the smoothness on this focus on this 28
Feels good, doesn't it?
is like butter. It's like butter. It's
They really
like,
knew how to make lenses back in those days.
man, it's so smooth. You know, it's not like one of those lenses that where it's a little bit tighter when you start off and then it loosens up. And
The other ones have been dropped.
it's just perfect. It's just perfect. But hey, not bad for less than $100.
Great lens.
You know, so we'll see. I'm gonna try it out.
That lens is very popular amongst video shooters as well, because it's all mechanical.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, I throw it on my D850, right?
Why not? I have.
Yeah.
They just feel nice to use.
Yeah. I was thinking about. I almost did it, but you know, I've been trying to pull back my gas syndrome a little bit and chill a little bit, and but I was very close to buying either the I think it was the 40 millimeter APO Lanther Voigtlander manual focus lens for the ZF. I almost did it. You know, I mean, they're like, you know, anywhere from 800 to 900, depending on what one you get.
Very good lenses, though.
Yeah, I was so tempted. And I just said, take a deep breath. Don't keep buying stuff. Take a deep breath.
I tend to buy lenses that are more fun if they're manual focus, because if I'm going to need a working lens, it has to be autofocus.
So this is the other thing I have been doing with obviously taking the photos of the birds at the nest, right? And I told you I want to see they were coming into the nest when the chicks eventually show up. But now that they have been changing guards into preparing the nest, so I have been doing this kind of multi-layer displays, correct? But there is a technical point out of this one as well, Jeff, which is the fact that it's sometimes we talk about we don't want more than 20 frames per second, okay? But what we don't realize is that this is taken with a 600, correct? That with that such a narrow angle of view, a bird coming from this hole to being out of the frame is not time, correct? And you can get even at 20 frames per second, although there is a couple of more frames in this presentation that I didn't include because I don't want the bird to overlap, but you only have like 6 capture before they get out of the frame, correct? So I have been experimenting with this as well. So taking the photos, keeping only the good ones, and then creating some of these multi-exposure image, feel the frame better, correct? So you can see a lot. But I was looking, I'm also looking because there is a small nuthatch. That's what it reminds me, Jeff.
Yeah.
That came, when you have a nest cavity like that, and that's another trick, correct? Keep looking because birds are attracted to it, even if they're non-active nest. Eventually, somebody comes and investigate, correct? So I saw a nuthatch coming to investigate, and I was looking for it in a second here. But you can see how much the difference is between a nuthatch and the woodpeckers, correct? Size-wise, correct? Because I managed to get another of these series of photos from the nuthatch, actually that came and investigated the hole, and then find out there was a flicker inside. And another woodpecker get the fright of her life. So
Well, I like how you know, so many birds. Like it's just like in one area. One year there was a nest from a red-tailed hawk. Had a baby in the nest, pretty high, very high up in a tree. And then the next year, that nest got taken over. The next 2 years by great horned owl, because the owls don't build nests; they steal nests.
exactly.
Or they find, as you know, you know as well as anybody that they find a cavity in a branch that suits them and becomes a nest, even though technically it's not a nest, but it's a nice, has some leaves in it or has some pine needles in it, and it's a depression in a branch or whatever, serves as a perfect nesting area for them to have their owls. And but it's just interesting to see nests in general. They get recycled by different creatures over time. 1 year to the next. 1 year it has one species of bird in it. The next year it gets built up or repaired a little bit better, and it has a different species of bird in it.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's another thing to do with some of the. So let me see if I can scroll through this. I think I chose some of these, but I will look for the other. As you know, Jeff, when you handle this thing here, okay, so difficult. So let's see if it correct. So this is how. So this is backward, correct?
Yeah.
So so this is the first photo of the series. Actually, I'd like to include this one, but because you can see how kind of he project out of the nest, right? And and here the legs are extended, but you can see from this time when you trigger your camera, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 photos only. So you got 20 frames per second. You only get 7 photos. Okay? And now you have to wait half an hour in between these 7 photos, because they will not, change guard. So this is what actually is happening here. They're changing guard on who is. At this moment, the nest is finished, and they haven't laid the eggs yet, but they have to defend that cavity. Otherwise, somebody else will take it. Okay?
Yep.
So anyway, so that, let me see if I can find the other. Oh no, that's my calendar. But anyway, so out of this one, Jeff, what I have been doing with some of these is to create these composites. Right? It's, I mean, not that difficult to do, but I don't do that many of those. And I actually, one thing that fascinates me is sometimes, looking at the structure in the wing. Right? Oh, it's fantastic the way the all these birds, the wing, the primary feathers, the cover feather, the secondary. I mean, you can see that from the engineering point of view, the construction or the design of the wing is amazing, right? So let me see if I can find that other photo. So I'm going to close this, go back to YouTube, and then I find the other one. That's the same problem that you have, when you have to cover one thing with the other part of the screen.
Yeah, drives you nuts. I mean, unless you have multiple monitors where you can move stuff, from one screen to the other one next to it, and do that kind of thing. But I don't have the desktop space to do a multi-monitor setup, which I wish I could do, but.
Yeah. So let me share. So this one here. See, now this window is in the middle. But it's not supposed to be. Okay. So we'll share here. Let me look for the sharing window. So this is another of these composite, but of the male. And in this case, I can only fit 3.
Still looks pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. And the good thing is when I share this fashion, I can do this for you guys. Oh, no, not that one. You can see the detail. You can see that. Yeah, these birds, Jeff, are tricky because you can see I have to EV correct the exposure, but almost 1 every single time because of these white feathers get blown out.
Yeah.
And by the way, one thing that I find out with this one is the other difficulty. Let me explain that one. Yes, is we are sharing trip, right? So he will only go out of the nest when the female comes in, correct? So she will go and tap around. Then he gets. So I'm ready to because if I do it with auto capture, she's there. I take it 1,000. So these are triggering myself, but I know when that he's coming out. So as soon as he show up there at the window or at the hole, I'm already pressing the shutter, correct? But there is a problem. In order for the autofocus not to go into the background, I use a 3D tracking, correct? And I put the little window of the 3D tracking here in the hole, correct? Now, the problem is as soon as you press the press the button, it goes to the eye of the bird, correct? Now, I want to follow this other one, correct? Not the one that is here. So I actually had to, in this case, both are in the same plane. So I was lucky. But a lot of these fail because if the 3D tracking goes for the bird that is already there and not the one that's flying, then you don't get a good photo, right? So, I mean, that's the tricks and tribulations with all this, correct? So in the morning, they will do this 3 or 4 times. So you have 3 or 4 opportunities, but none of them will be successful. Sometimes, the bird that is showing up will go and be in front of the one that is emerging. Then you don't get luck. If she gets behind, she will. Then you get luck because the one when the bird emerge, then he will be the one in the front and will catch that eye, and then he will fall. He will auto track with the 3D tracking. So for this one, 3D tracking is the best option.
Yeah, and the only way you're going to get lucky, you would have to have a lot of light so that you could really stop down the lens to improve your depth of field so that if the one bird is not in the same plane of focus, you got enough depth of field to still have it in focus.
And that's what I did here, correct? These are taking a f8, right? Because I want to make sure that at least I have a little bit more depth of field to work with, correct?
Yeah, a little more wiggle room. Yeah,
Exactly. But I mean, these are other things. So let me stop this one and let me look for the other one because the other one is interesting as well. Since we are in the
what I think people do too sometimes that you don't even realize when you're doing it, you're just doing it, force a habit, is shooting wide open all the time.
Yes.
And realistically, if your background element is 20 yards away, pretty far away, you could stop down the lens and the background element's still going to be nice and blurry. And I think people get so worried about having that creamy background that they that you tend to forget. Okay, how far away is that background? And if I stop my lens down 2 or 3 stops, it's probably still going to be just as creamy because the background is so far away, and you don't need to shoot wide open. And then it gives you the benefit where if your subject matter, you got more than one subject and one is behind the other, you can still get them both in focus and still have a nice creamy background. But it's you sometimes you just don't think about it.
And that's why people say, "Well, Gustavo, you spend so many mornings photographing the same thing." Yes, because I'm learning, correct? And then you want to perfect and try different options on stuff like that. I mean, how much you can stop before the background become too busy, correct?
Yeah.
So it's like we always say, it's a bunch of compromises. So in this final image here is this is the bird that came to check on the hole and find that there was somebody inside. Right? So, but you can see, I mean, remember, this is the same point of view, okay? So it's the same frame. You can see on this larger flicker, I can fit 3, maybe 4, okay? These little red-breasted nuthatch, okay? You can see, you can find a lot more. But so it's amusing, just to do something different with the photo, correct, in this case. But this one are also sharp. Okay. You see there. And that's the other thing, Jeff, when they come out of the hole, they basically drop, correct? They don't fly. So you get a lot of these kind of posture where the wings are all in.
Well, they're kind of like, they look like, when you have a movie where somebody jumps out of a perfectly good airplane.
Exactly.
And they're trying to get down. They're trying to catch the guy that jumped out of the plane before them. And
exactly.
they streamline their body so they're, so they could go quicker. So that's what it reminds me of,
And not only that, remember, in order for them to fly, they need to get some speed. So the first thing they do is drop, correct? Otherwise, they want to flap a lot more, right? So anyway, so that's one of the things that I have been doing. So let me go back here to the so the moral of the story here is and also the different grain sizes, how tiny these things can be, right?
Yeah, we you never stop improving yourself,
Exactly.
Bird photography seems very different. You seem to be improving your technique more than getting the image. Whereas if you're a commercial photographer, it's more about getting the image than it is being technically perfect.
And in a way, that's also with nature, correct? Jeff will tell you, you see a new bird, you want to have a photo. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. You just want to, okay, I got one, right? And then you see it another time, you say, okay, that's when you start, okay, let me get a different perspective, better light, what time of the day will got the right conditions, correct? So it become eventually, like this one, are probably more like product photography, Roy, because you keep working them until you get.
No, you just try to get the best image you can, then you move on. You don't technically try to keep improving it the way you do with bird photography.
Well, and of course they are living things as well, correct? So they're not the same all the time. And of course we try to get some behavior as well.
I'm gonna show you. You'll get. I'm doing this one for Roy because I know Roy will like this one. I'm gonna do a very quick
gator shot.
I'm going to do a very, very, very quick edit of a shot here. There was, like I said, I thought there was an opportunity to get a mating activity on video, and it would have happened, and the reason it didn't happen is because the a large RV that was making an awful lot of noise drove behind me and decided to stop to take a picture. And in doing so, it scared one of the gators that was getting ready to mount on the other one to, have a little fun. It scared it, and so it didn't happen. But it was because the vehicle was too noisy, and it stopped, and it kind of it kind of screwed up the activity, But I just want to show you that I called this this particular gator who was bellowing. I'm just gonna dump the image quickly on my desktop here so that I can share it. I called him Smiley. I nicknamed him. I called him Smiley. So I gotta find the file here. See where it threw it. And okay, get out of that. So this is the gator that I nicknamed Smiley, and you'll see it in about 10 seconds here or so. So here's Smiley.
Very cute.
Nice.
I love the outline of the jawline and the teeth, really from front to back, Yeah, good old Smiley here. Yeah.
So that was when he was bellowing, yeah.
Yeah, there were like
the front end.
There were 3 or 4 gators that had their heads out of the water, and they were all bellowing at each other. And then, eventually, one wins, and basically, then the one is going to be the suitor. Let's put it that way, right?
Okay.
And then tries to mount the female. But they'll be side by side for a little while, and then the process is so one wins the bellowing, the other ones know they lost. They kind of just start swimming away. They do their own thing. The one who wins the battle, stays in a certain location of the water. The mate swims up basically at an angle, and its snout taps the other one on the side of the face, basically does a gentle tap, and then the next thing you know, they're lined up parallel to each other, and then one will eventually one will move forward, or one will go backwards, and basically they'll get lined up front to back, and then eventually one will mount the other one, and then they'll have their fun. And then what the female will do is when the female said, "Hey, I've had enough of your roughhousing," the female will force itself to dive in the water to shake off the male and get rid of him, because the male, is being stubborn and doesn't want to quit, So the female will shake off the male, and that's kind of like the process. But I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think last year I probably got the first mating sequence in this area on film. I don't think anybody else ever got it. So that was kind of cool. I was hoping to get it again, but that RV kind of messed everything up and scared one of them away, and that wasn't going to happen.
But that lasts for a season, correct? It lasts for a few days.
Oh yeah, they'll keep doing it, but I don't go there every day. So if I was a little bit perturbed because I said, well, the odds that I'm going to be here when they do have the event, I probably won't be here, because I'm maybe there 2 or 3 times a week, depending on what's going on. and then of course, like with Tim visiting, we're doing other things and going to other places, and I'm going up his way. So if I'm up there, I'm not down here. And
yeah, but it's not like you miss the season, because typically it lasts for a few weeks, correct? When next time you may see it or not, but the chances are they are still going to be doing their bellowing and all that kind of stuff. I love when the vibration goes all the way into the back, correct?
Yeah, and if you're on in another area where it's not open like that, and you've got reeds and trees and stuff growing, coming out of the water, you'll hear the bellowing, and your ears saying, okay, that one's over there, and then you wait and you hear another bellow, and you go, well, yeah, that one's definitely over there. And then you start walking up and down, trying to see where they are related to each other. And sometimes they're pretty far away from each other, but they are loud. They are loud.
No,
and, no doubt about it. It's really interesting.
Yeah. So Terry is here, and Terry, early on, I was asking about stacking, correct? Because obviously, as I said before, that when you do something like processing for the eclipses, you learn other stuff, other techniques. So one of the things that I have been doing, and I can share that one, Jeff, as well. Let me see if I can find it first. I have been photographing the moon, which of course the one this morning. And I actually have a question here for Terry. So this was this was a 10 image stack of the moon, right? So this was just before sun's rise, right? But and these were taken with I believe this was taken with the D800. It's great, but I did some stacking where all the images were with the same, and this is a question for you, Terry. All the images were with the same exposure, okay? I just have 10 images of the same, or sometimes I did some stacking, in which also I use the bracketing, correct? So I have set a series of photos, but also with, instead of being 10 with the same exposure, there will be a series of basically three bracketing series multiplied by 5 or something like that.
Like one under what
one
it
over,
recommends, one over. So
and then multiple times of that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But this is the kind of what I have. The other thing that I'm having experimenting just before sunrise, as the moon goes down in the horizon. That's why you see the blue. And actually, that photo that I say for the photo review next week, Jeff, I reprocess it now that I know a little bit more, correct? And it's better quality. But I'm amazing what our cameras can do, correct?
Yeah, I mean, think about what the trouble. Like I said, you look back at what people had to do in the '60s. What they had to work with, what they had to do, what they did do with what they had in the '60s.
Exactly.
What they did do, what they had in the '50s. So much harder for them to get a image that they could publish and make money on,
Exactly. But anyway, so I have been doing some of these as well, mostly to learn some of the techniques about stacking, and also, as I told you, these high pass filters, correct, to enhance the definition of the photos. And I mean, yeah, because I didn't realize there was so much, even on regular photos of the moon, that that you needed to apply certain techniques to get some of the stuff. So the question here for Terry was whether it's better to do stacking of series in which you also vary the exposure, or mostly stacking of the same exposure.
Depends on the dynamic range of the camera.
Well,
And the subject.
I would think that you would want to determine what in that bracketed series. Say you do the bracketed series and you say, you know what, the best image is the one that was +1.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're taking them all basically almost at the same time, you would think that if the first set you like the one at +1, there's a high probability that all the ones at +1 are going to be what you're going to want to use. That I'm just talking to myself here.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably just say I'm going to do the stacking on all the +1 shots.
Okay.
You know, I would try to find what of the, you know, unless you take each series, you merge the three exposures like you're doing an HDR or something.
Well, that's actually what the technique, the smart object, does.
Yeah, you merge all 3 exposures into one. Do that for each set, and then stack those merged images together.
Exactly. So when you stack the same exposure, like I did in this one, you're relying on the what you achieve is get better signal to noise ratio, because you basically are having more signals, correct, on the same subject. But when you do in principle, and that's what I'm asking Terry here, correct, who does a lot more than that. When you do the bracketing also, correct, you also have the ability to change your dynamic range. So then when you create a smart object with that, because as I told you, I learned this because I was processing the clips photos, but you can see it has uses somewhere else, because it's a way to increase your signal to noise ratio, obviously in a semi-static object, but it's also a way to change your dynamic range, because by moving one exposure up and one exposure down, you basically have wider not only better signal to noise ratio, but also wider latitude, right?
All right, so he's saying here that he's thinking that it's better to stack the different exposures and then HDR the final 3 images.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, I would share how I did, I mean, not that I'm an expert like Terry, so that's why we want Terry to make a presentation, correct? But but I haven't
been trying to not to put too much pressure on Terry, right? Terry?
No,
We're gonna make him sweat now. He's gonna say no.
So it's like the pixel shift, right? It has some uses for certain things, correct? Now here,
yes,
this is not pixel shift. But it's achieving basically taking your sensor and making it work better by doing all these.
You could pixel shift it though if you wanted to.
Yeah,
because the moon doesn't change as you're taking it, as long as you've got a tracker on it.
Exactly, or your exposures are fast enough that the moon will not move. Actually, one of the things when you listen to this is that when you're doing it without a tracker, correct? I mean, because the ISO, you have to, in order to make a, you bring your ISO, but our ISOs are so fantastic nowadays, correct?
The moon's in daylight anyway. Doesn't need a high ISO.
Exactly. They're saying that he's not an expert. Nobody's here an expert, but we all know a little bit, correct?
We're working on it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we know enough.
Well,
We know enough to be dangerous, which is dangerous.
but Roy is an expert. Roy is a professional.
Well, Roy, when
I'm
you're doing,
retired.
if you were
I
doing,
know.
if you were doing product photography, you're doing your product photography, and let's say you're doing a piece of jewelry. Did you stack images?
Sometimes, or I'd use a tilt shift lens and just drop the focus across the piece of jewelry,
Okay.
one or the other. I do things like jewelry often needs stacking.
Yeah.
That's when focus breathing and that makes a difference.
Yeah, and as I told you, Jeff, it's all this stuff that is inside Photoshop, correct? That we
Mm.
don't use, correct? And then suddenly you investigate and you say, oh, that's what this is for.
Yeah, I'm not. I am certainly. I give myself a failing grade in my Photoshop.
Same here.
Skill. I have, I have the training courses in my computer, and the problem is if I take them and I don't make the decision to say I'm going to stop using Lightroom, I'm going to just use Photoshop for 6 months, which I'm not willing to do. Then whatever I learned is lost so fast. And so realistically, the only thing I really use Photoshop for is basically to sometimes eliminate something
Yes,
in the
sir.
photo. It could be dust or something that Lightroom wouldn't get rid of, and I go in and Photoshop will get rid of it. Or I might do occasionally. I might do stamping. And other than those two things, I don't use it. And now I have some instances where I have an instance and I just want to do it to experiment. And for a let's say an experienced Photoshop user, what I'm going to say, you're going to be laughing because you're going to say, "Oh, I could do that in 5 minutes." That's because you know Photoshop. But I don't know. I never got into doing a lot of layering and all that kind of stuff and fooling around with that. But what I thought one day, I got a picture of the eagle in the tree, right?
Mhm.
And I said, you know what? And just for ha-has, I was walking down the pier one day, and it was a windy day, and there was a flag mounted on a flagpole, American flag on a flagpole, and it was getting whipped around. And I took a series of photographs of the flag. And then I got an image of the flag where it was almost completely stretched out, little wave in it, but it wasn't like curled over. It was pretty much,
You
filled
could
up.
see it well.
You could see it well. And I said, gee, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to take that flag, put it on a layer, make it a little bit more opaque, and then take that eagle shot, take that eagle and dump it somewhere in that American flag, and then put some saying of some kind in there, and save the whole thing, and print it out. And I'm like, okay, for someone that does it, they say, oh, give me 3 minutes, I'll have it done for you. But for someone that's never done it, you're like, crap, I gotta go into a training tutorial, I gotta go through layers, I gotta go through this, I gotta go through that.
All about blend modes.
Same here, Jeff. But that's why I read when I find something that could be useful in the future, correct? Then I had to make my own notes because otherwise if I don't use it regularly, I'm going to lose it.
Photoshop is very powerful.
Yeah.
You do almost anything in Photoshop.
I mean, because so much of it, I mean, probably a equal part of it is not just for photos; it's desktop publishing. It's for doing composite images. It's for doing, things that require more finesse, and more time. but if you're not used to doing that type of stuff, then and you're trying to just, you don't want to sit there and say, I got to go through half this course that I bought or whatever to figure out how to do it. You get frustrated really fast.
No, it's like you were saying with that project of yours that you were talking about, the eagle and the flag. I mean, like with these photos, because I don't use it regularly, correct? And you have to say, okay, where do I find the option to bring all the photos in all the layers of the different one? It takes some digging, and you look at the menus, and it's inside this menu, inside this, and I mean it's it takes
Once
a
you're
while.
familiar with Photoshop, that's about a 30-second job.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, and if you don't know it, you're sitting there making a fool out of yourself for 2 hours.
You need to sit
Then
down
you
with
give
someone
up.
who knows it.
But anyway, so and it's something like the moon gives you opportunities to learn something. Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, I took some moon pictures one day that were just I just saw cloud conditions in the sky and a nice color to the moon, and I just took a series of pictures and different stages of where the moon was relative to the clouds, and got some images that were kind of interesting. Nothing mind-boggling, but interesting. I
You
mean,
need something to set the moon aside, some
yeah, I mean,
steeple or tree or something to make it look interesting.
sometimes you just you see something and you run and get your camera. You run and get your camera.
Everyone takes moon shots, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton of them, to be honest with you, but every once in a while you get that itch, Yeah,
But I tell you, next time, Jeff, is the issue is the processing. So take your photos and then get because the processing may be helpful for something else. And that's what I was experimenting with. So I'm looking forward to the next time. Now, locally here in Colorado, the air is relatively clean and dry. So if it's a lot of humidity, you talk about the issue of atmospheric distortion. You look it through the lens and you can see the moon is like doing
shimmer, like a shimmer. Well, you're lucky. You're not, at least you're not worrying about smog and pollution. That's the good thing.
Well, we sometimes get, but not where I am. It's and the air most of the days are. I mean, not if you try to take a photo of the moon, you better do it. In your case, Jeff, during this winter, correct? If you do it in the summer, just the humidity is going to. You cannot get a sharp photo.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm gonna let's see, what else do I got here? I don't think I got much more. And we're down to 11 people as well. So I'm gonna throw out my last did you know?
Okay.
And part of this, I've talked about this camera before, but I keep finding out other things about it. So even though I brought this camera up before, and some of this will be repetitive, there's some things in here that are new. The original Kodak camera, it was just called Kodak, the Kodak camera from 1888. It came preloaded with a 100 exposure roll of flexible film. Okay, the image was actually a circular image. It was 2 5/8 of an inch diameter circle. Now the camera sold for $25, loaded with the roll of film and a leather carrying case. This is back in 1888. $25, 100 images, leather case.
A lot of money.
Yeah. You had to and then when you shot all the exposures, you had to return the camera to Kodak. Cost you $10. Back in 1888, cost you $10. Camera got sent back to you with a fresh roll of film, the negatives and mounted prints. Okay, and then Kodak had ads that said an amateur can finish his own picture, so they sold spare rolls for $2, and it had what they called a rotating barrel shutter, so it was like a cylinder, and it had a pull string on it. So you know how you have to arm your shutter, right? You have to cock your shutter.
Mhm.
On SLR cameras, you cock the shutter and you advance the film advance lever, both cock the shutter and advance the film.
Exactly.
Well, obviously on old cameras that it didn't work that way. You had you did not have one mechanism to cock the shutter and advance the film. It was two separate actions, so that they had the pull string on the top, which would cock this cylindrical barrel shutter. And I guess they had a problem after like a year, so they came out what they called a sector shutter, which was more like a swinging piece of metal. Okay, and they actually and they put that on what was called the Kodak One camera. It had that a year later, Kodak One, improved shutter, sector shutter, and they actually used that shutter on cheap Kodak cameras all the way into the 1960s. Had that type of shutter with it, and it was also the most common shutter on old box cameras that were made. And then eventually, leaf and curtain shutters were used on the high-end cameras. And of course, the leaf shutters were obviously part of the lens, those were the ones that had flash. The flash sync was good for any shutter speed setting because it was a leaf shutter. It was in the lens. So you had that advantage. And but I was funny. I went and I looked and said, gee, I wonder if I could find an original quote unquote Kodak camera on the internet. And I didn't actually find the camera. I found like an auction site where one was auctioned off years ago. I don't know how many years ago it was, but it sold for $7,500. $7,500, which you would think, $7,500 for a camera that cost $25 with the film in it. I guess that's, a pretty good amount of return on investment if you happen to keep one of those hanging around. Not too bad.
$10 would be about a week's wages in those days.
Yeah, I mean, so that was for those that were taking pictures. I mean, that was a very, very expensive hobby.
So listen to this, Jeff. As we were talking here, correct? I look about $10 in 1890, which is approximately the time when you were talking about this. Okay, adjusted for inflation to today, is $343. So
photography. The photography was for the rich and famous for quite a while.
Affluent rich.
Until they came out with the brownie.
So how much? So let's do a quick calculation here. So how much was the camera? $25.
The camera was $25 for, and you got 200 pictures out of it.
Okay, so how many pictures?
200.
Oh, that's a lot of pictures. That's good. And then to send it to Kodak was $10.
To send it to Kodak was $10. Yeah.
Okay, and so it was a total of $30 every time.
Well, no, it was no. Once you bought the camera, they would always put the film in it and send you the camera back.
Okay, but you don't have to pay more than the $10 every time.
So basically, once you bought the investment in the camera, every time you took 200 pictures, it was going to cost you $10.
Exactly. Okay, and then it comes back with film and everything. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there was shipping. They don't tell you what the shipping costs were.
So, but anyway, so the first roll of film, buying the camera and the first 200, right, is if $10 is, let's say, $300, so $900 for your first 200 photos.
Yeah.
Okay, $900.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Scary.
Exactly. So don't complain.
How many would actually come out?
Yeah,
Can
and
you
these were just
imagine
small.
out?
These were just small circular photos too. They were small round photos. They were probably the ones that they were probably used, and they probably used those photos, when people wore those necklaces that opened up and had the picture in them.
Exactly.
Right.
All right.
Pendants.
Wow.
Pendants. Pendant photography. Oh, you want to see my kids? I'm wearing three of them. I'll open them up for you. You can look at them.
It was common for them to have 7 kids or something like that. Right?
Oh yeah.
So that was for those little things like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how much was it you make a regular? That those Civil War. I know those were glass plate, but those like 3x2, which are common on that era.
127 film.
Oh, you're talking about the dry plate photography?
Yes.
Well, the dry plate
had to be done on site.
Yeah, the dry plate. I don't know what it cost then, but I mean, I know if I bought the plates now coated, not including processing, I don't know what the chemicals. I don't know what the chemicals cost. I really don't. I didn't price that out, but I mean the dry plate itself would probably be between $10 and $12 for one shot.
Plate. One plate.
One plate. One shot. Right now, currently, plus whatever you have to buy with chemicals, and all, and of course the initial supply. With the initial supplies wouldn't be much. You're talking a thermometer, a red light, maybe five trays or 4 or 5 trays, and not a big deal. But
I can imagine the language if the flash didn't go off.
Yeah. But a lot of that stuff, like if I wanted to use that old camera I got, a lot of that stuff would be doing more research to find out what people who do it could say, on a sunny day, here, put your aperture at this, take an exposure for 20 seconds, you'll probably be fine, or whatever, have a starting point, and then you have to experiment and see what works.
Exactly. No, but you are correct. That's why, I mean, photography as a hobby was, like you said, for the rich and famous, correct? The same people that could travel to Europe in the Titanic or something like that, those will be the ones that could afford to buy a brownie and take it across the Atlantic, right?
Expensive hobby.
Yeah.
Still is, but not that expensive.
Yeah. Yep. Nothing's cheap anymore. Well, nothing's cheap. Nothing's ever been cheap. Anything that you like to do to get enjoyment out of life isn't cheap. If you're a skier, it costs a lot of money to go skiing. It costs, right, to travel somewhere where you could ski. It's not just buying the skis. It's like you may not live somewhere where your skiing season's very long, so you got to go travel somewhere where you can ski. So you're paying for that, and then the skis aren't cheap, and the boots and all the other stuff you got to buy, and the clothing.
Jeff, being Colorado, correct? And for resident Colorado, not that I'm a skier. I actually, very early in my life, I twisted my knee trying to do some skateboarding, and I said, no, this is not for me. I'm a man of the tropics. I like the cold, but not the skiing. It's like anything, correct? You learn it when you are young, then you are proficient. But a ski pass for Colorado residents, right? It's $600. $600 just to be able to go to certain ski resorts.
Mm. So,
and that's not a Colorado resident. If you come from a season pass, those are season pass, right?
Yeah.
But it's a lot of money. even for a resident. Okay? So
I bought
anyway,
a house next to the national park. It cost a lot more than that.
but that's interesting that the fact that, I mean, that's why people, correct? But think about it, correct? When the glass plates, which are the first one, no? I mean, the alternative before they could take a photo was to have somebody to paint you, and that was more expensive.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that's why, all these people, when this daguerreotype type of camera that you have explained in this here before, I mean, that was a revolution. Everybody could afford to have a portrait of themselves, correct?
Yeah, all the straight faced shots.
Exactly.
I sat here for 20 minutes like this.
With a frame.
Yeah, didn't move. 20 minutes. Try that sometime for 20 minutes. Just don't even smile. Just 20 minutes. Not move.
That takes some skills.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. They have to pump you with sedatives or something before they take the picture.
And they had those magnesium flash plates. First flash.
With all that powder. So anyway, but I mean, if you think about it, paying somebody to paint you, that was more expensive than even those photographers.
And less accurate.
And of course, less accurate, correct?
Most of the early photographs are actually hand painted on top, though. Colorized.
Yeah, well, those lasted until our time. I mean, we were talking about Jeff probably had some of those. I did have. I don't have it with me anymore, but my mother took me to a studio when I was a kid, so I still have somewhere a photo of when I was a year old or something that is colorized. Right?
Yeah, I got a picture of, I don't know if it's both of my children or one of them, but I have a picture on the wall that was colorized. And the guy that came to the house and did it, I was, we were in our 20s, let's say. We were in our 20s. And the guy that came out and was going to do it at the time, he was probably in his 70s. And he said, I'm getting ready to retire. He says, I can't find anybody that wants to learn how to do this. It's a dying art. There aren't very many people that do colorizing of photos anymore. And we were talking photography and stuff like that. So he knew I had an interest in photography. And he says, you interested in learning? I'll teach you how to do it. And I says, raising the kids, I don't have time, but I kind of regret it because it is a lost art. I mean, it's very hard to find anybody that could colorize a photo anymore.
And Jeff, do you know how they did it? Did they colorize them?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I don't know if they used
watercolors.
I don't know if they used pastel chalk. You know what I mean? They used to have it was kind of like chalk, that you draw with,
Although I think if you like Roy saying that it probably was some sort of watercolor, but it would be interesting to figure out whether they did it when when the photo was still wet, correct? That they hasn't dried completely. They develop it, and then they will apply those kind of pastel colors, but probably look more like
either
watercolor.
that or they did the picture, right? They took the picture black and white, took the picture,
negative.
Then maybe they colored it, and then maybe they put a lacquer on top afterwards. Put a coating on top of it afterwards.
Well,
I'm not sure. Now you've given me something else to research and look up.
Exactly.
Right, the colorization process of old photographs.
Because you see that one there, right? Oh, what is it? This is actually an old map. Okay, so those were engraving, correct? Actually, this is a very old map. This is one of the very first maps of Venezuela, right? Now it was part of an album, okay, and those were also, engraved in a copper plate. They were printed, but then they will color as well, correct? Hand color each one.
Probably the same process.
Exactly. So actually, you know whether they are genuine or not by the type of pigment they use, by the type of marking that the paper have, right? So this is actually from like I bought that, or my wife bought this one for a present for me when I live in London, and I used to go to the place I used to work there in the Strand in London. There were some map sellers, so during lunchtime you will go and look for it. So I actually this is made by a Dutchman, and this is almost in the beginning of the 1600s. It was part of a big album or atlas, which now what exists is the individual pages. But those were also in each. Imagine that each book, somebody had to each atlas, all the pages. Somebody had to come and paint each page.
In the museums, they test the paints to see if they've got tungsten in the white. If they've got tungsten in the white, it's a modern reproduction.
Exactly. Lucky for me, because this is, if you try to buy one map like this from, let's say, North Carolina, it's probably a lot more expensive because of the location, because this is the northern part of South America, that's Venezuela, correct? It was some money for me at the time, or for my wife, but it was not kind of super expensive. But
nice to have, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I love those maps. I still have my little old map collection, but this is the one that I have framed here. Look, but hand coloring. Imagine that, a book. Each page you have to hand color.
Yeah, how everything had to get done back in the day was so time consuming. But then again, people didn't make a lot of money per hour either,
No, and you needed to have all the skills. Actually, talking about projects, photography projects, I said you probably have seen that, right? Some projects of people that go around with modern cameras, but they try to find the locations in national parks and places where people took photos of the same place in the
Copy old
80s.
photos.
And that is a very interesting project.
I often watch those just to see the difference.
Exactly. How things have changed. Obviously, in the national parks, nothing has changed, or has changed little or less, correct? So places like Yellowstone, actually, you can, even if you go to the National Park Services, to the Yellowstone page, you can download a bunch of the historical images, okay? So for people that travel there, sometimes it's good to have your own image, and then you have the historical image taken more than 100 years ago, of the same waterfalls or the same lake.
Hey, I got our answer on colorization.
Okay.
So it says that for the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, black and white photographs were often hand colored using either colored chalk, colored pencils, or artist oils. And then it says oil became the most used, especially after manufacturers such as Marshall's, company called Marshall's, began formulating paint specifically for hand tinting photographs. It says the paint was applied with cotton tips.
Oh.
I remember him having cotton.
Okay.
Paint was applied with cotton tips and could easily be blended, removed, or applied in various densities and levels of transparency. This was common practice in professional portrait studios up until the time that color negative film became good enough for professional results in the mid-1960s. So I'm looking at a picture of a box of Marshall's photo oil colors, a full set of small tubes of colored ink
Share.
used to colorize photos.
Okay. Can you share that there, Jeff? That window?
Yeah, it's actually a
Uh,
petapixel. It's actually a petapixel article.
by the way, remember that's why all the babies, probably including you or me, if we went to, that's why all the babies have rosy cheeks, correct? Because they.
Oh yeah, yeah. We all had rosy cheeks. So this is a petapixel article, and let me get to the original file here so I could scroll.
So they will even colorize a full landscape.
Hand painted. And
Wow.
there's a set of colors right there.
Jesus Christ.
And then they're showing, if it
So
says
that photo there was a black and white, completely black and
they're
white.
all black and white photos that got colorized.
I think Agfa invented color in about 1928, but it's very expensive. So it took a long time to take off.
Now they're saying now that a lot of people can do a colorization process using Photoshop instead.
Yeah, I do all the time.
With a black and white photo, and they could colorize it in Photoshop.
So there's some projects of that are fantastic.
There's also a site that auto colorizes black and white for you. I just can't remember what it is.
So did you have to give them a reference? They say this is a blue or a yellow, and then it will match the gray tones with colorization, auto colorization, right?
I just guess, I think.
Okay.
So now they says they got the colorization feature in Photoshop can also be used for correcting faded or otherwise uncorrectable color images.
And actually, that's one thing that I have been thinking about for all slides, that have faded, that could be used for that. Look at that.
You normally bring back the color in Photoshop, though, from old slides.
We need a presentation on colorization. So
okay,
look at this.
So look at this. So they got a faded photo here, right?
Yes.
Faded photo here. Then underneath it says the same photo corrected using colorized feature in Photoshop.
Wow, that's amazing.
So there's your your before all faded, your before and after.
Interesting. Huh?
That's cool, huh?
Skin tones are pretty much the same, but the background's different.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like the shirt here, was like a reddish color, turned reddish. These shirts were like yellow color. Anything that was white was now kind of yellowish.
Yes,
and then they ran it through the program, and then the shirts are white. These shirts are white. This shirt is more blue, not red. And the walls are gray, and the curtains are white. So
that's the sort of thing you normally do in Photoshop, though.
That's pretty cool.
That's a fairly standard process for Photoshop.
Yeah. But that's pretty neat. But it is interesting that they did use chalks and they did use pencils, but then the oils became the more popular method.
But you see, Roy, this is what Jeff was referring to, correct? These colorized photos that were so popular from the studios, correct? That even in the 60s, correct? In the 60s, people
it's still cheaper than color film.
Will still say, I just wanted to have a colorized photo because I was, what they have in their homes from their parents and their grandparents. So with many of us were babies, they would prefer, instead of taking a color photo, correct, just to have a colorized one. Okay?
There is something about a hand-done colorized picture that is definitely unique versus a color image.
Very retro.
Yeah, it is cool, and everybody should have one. Everybody should have at least one. It is neat looking.
Hey, I'm sure like nowadays people have, you know, nostalgia for film. These people at that time had nostalgia for colorized photos.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Everyone should print it once in a while, though. Once you print your photos, you don't know what they're like.
So anyway, so that's it. As usual, Jeff, we find places to go that we didn't expect that night that are wonderful.
yeah. A Mozman just sent a note. He's home. He made it home. He made it home in one piece, so that's great. Well, obviously that's great. We don't want him to not get home in one piece.
But that's the definitely this autocolorization in Photoshop for faded slide or faded photos. That sounds like, so they will, if you have a print, you will scan it and then you will apply that to the scan image, or if you have a slide, you can scan it and then use this colorization.
Yeah.
Wow, amazing. I definitely would like to try that.
But it's neat. I would have loved to watch. I would have loved to have watched this guy actually do it. You know, with the paint or like I said, that the chalk. I forget, they used to call it like pastel. But they were like real. They were almost like very small crayons.
Yeah.
You know, that they would use, and especially like if like on a baby, if they're just like the rosy up the cheeks a little bit, they would just have to take that thing and just do a little light rub on there, you know. And
the one in our time were not that heavily colorized. It was just the one that they color your eyes, they color your cheek, they give you a little bit. It was very muted. Correct?
Yeah,
that was the fashion of that type of colorization.
Yeah.
And did they say that they apply when they applied to the actual paper at the end, or when there was still some wetness into this?
I would think it would be after it was. Okay. I would think it'd be after the fact. And like I said, if you wanted it, and of course, you know, they probably didn't do the print on a glossy print.
Exactly.
It was probably like a matte print, something that had some texture to it.
Exactly.
And that would help hold whatever they were using as a pigment would stay, you know.
It'd have to be fixed and stabilized.
Yes, certainly for people to
touch up.
The chalk, even today, people that, you know, are artists on that, they come back later on and they still put something in top of it. Correct?
Yeah, they spray it with I used to do charcoal drawings when I was young, and you would spray it with a clear
lacquer.
Clear lacquer, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, that's amazing. That's amazing. But because you see those projects in YouTube, correct? The colorization of films on photos. Obviously, some of the people that do professionally, they probably use something or more powerful features in Photoshop, because they also enhance the resolution and do this and do that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's you know, I really have a lot of fun understanding how people had to do things that we take for granted now that were 10 times harder to do.
Exactly.
You know, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. I mean, oh yeah. I mean, it's just like, it's incredible. It just blows you away. You know, I mean, it humbles you as how far we've come in really a relatively short period of time.
Well, I mean, Jeff, a clock, correct, which is ubiquitous now, correct? It's a chip that keep time very precisely. I remember when I was like 10 or something, when you get your first watch, that was like a major, you know, present. Correct?
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't that accurate either.
No, you were sometimes 2 minutes off a day.
Exactly.
If you're lucky, or you forget to wind it.
Yeah.
And then that was,
And
and
did you
then
overwind? Did you overwind it?
Mhm.
that was in the 60s, right? Late 60s or something. And then 10 years after, we were having those Casio watches with the red,
Yeah,
Yes,
I had one of the
LEDs.
first.
LED.
I had one of the first LED watches,
Exactly.
and that thing was probably that thick.
Exactly.
It weighed a ton. It was a heavy watch, and all it had was the time.
And
No
you had to
date,
press
no
the button
date,
to see
no
it.
date, just the time, no date.
Exactly.
You just couldn't look at it. You had to press the button.
Yeah, you had to press the button. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
So, well, and I think you went to school more or less at the same time. When I first went to school to start engineering, and I missed that one. I would have loved to do it. Right? There was a syllabus, and part of the syllabus, one course just to use the what they call the
Slide rule.
the slide rules. One what you have to take a semester class. Now, by the time I get to that point, they have already abolished that. No more need to do because those HP 25 or HP and the Texas Instrument came already. So
Yeah,
you
So,
needed to
I
use that.
remember well.
So I missed that.
calculator took over. Slide rule, throw it away.
So I missed that class just by like a semester, correct? Because the sliding rule syllabus, correct, is not needed anymore.
I like the slide rule though. I miss it.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I you can give one to me. I don't know what to do with it, correct? So because I didn't take that class.
I would look at it now and probably be confused. But I did use one. I had to use one in school in electronics.
Beautiful piece of engineering.
But so you didn't catch the first generation of those Texas Instrument.
I had to go through using a slide rule for a while.
Wow. No, when I went to school and I'm 1 year older than you, I didn't have to get to that. Now in secondary school, and you probably remember this, right? I did remember that you had to carry your little book with all the logarithms. You remember that? That you have a book that you had to take with you for math class. When there was a logarithm, you had to look
Logbook.
exactly to the right page, and then if it was a number in between, you had to kind of guess and interpolate between the two numbers.
Torture, isn't it?
We're dating ourselves, aren't we?
Hey. But perspective. That brings perspective to life, correct?
Remember those little calculators had a huge plug pack with them that makes a lapbook plug pack look tiny? They were huge, the plug pack with those first calculators.
Well, and those HP that has a little magnetic strip that you put in the back. Those were in their time. So we went in engineering school, Jeff, correct? You knew the generation of the people from 1 year, correct? Because you see all the students, the sliding rules, they came into a little leather pouch and everything, correct?
Little pouch, yeah. You slide it in. Just slide it in the pouch.
Exactly. So but then that was substituted by the pouch for the HP computers.
Yeah.
His mom's not missing you here.
Jeff and his crayons next to saying.
Yeah. Well, I remember. I think it was a TI. I think. Well, the schools were very reluctant to have people use calculators in school.
It's like cheating.
And yeah, they thought it was cheating.
Exactly.
You had to know how to do it the old-fashioned way first,
and then
maybe they'd let you use the calculator to double check your work. But in the beginning, you had to do it out longhand and then you could check your work doing it on the calculator. And I think it was the TI 85. TI 85, I think, was at one time like almost like the standard acceptable calculator in high school or whatever. With a TI
Then
85.
within a few years, I had it in rulers and in watches, and calculator, and everything.
Yeah, then they came out with the TI 85 Plus, and then the numbers started to change. But I distinctly remember the TI 85.
Exactly. And then they were substituted with those that are telling you the HP, correct? Because Hewlett Packard has the one that you could program as well, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
You have, because the Texas Instrument at the beginning didn't have the ability to, and then later on, by then I already graduated, and then you use the computer, so you were in all the type of cool, so you could do the mainframe type computers, correct? But I remember then my wife, which was some year later, they have the graphic calculators. Right? Those lasted even all the way to my son.
You had the display on it, little LCD display.
Exactly.
Graphing calculator, yeah. And yeah, but remember they used to have the multifunction buttons at the top. You had like a blue button.
F1,
the second button, you'd have to hit the blue button first to then use the secondary function for the top rows of buttons. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're old. We're done. We're old.
Hey, better than the sliding rule.
Oh, the slide rule, when I did use it, I mean, I had fun with it. I was amazed how good it was.
It works.
Once I got used to it, I'm like, I would just sit there and go zing, 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 zing. I mean,
oh no, the people could do things. People that were proficient, they would calculate a lot of things in no time.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I remember probably having to use a slide rule for like 1 year, like at least a year.
Wow, no, I did not have to. So
all the calculations at NASA for the first decade were done with a slide rule.
But
because when I first went to school, I went through that process, correct? So the kind of you take, I don't know because the thing is in Spanish, but analytical math or something like that, correct? Then at the time they didn't want you to use a calculator, correct? The first year and a half, and you had to calculate everything by hand. Correct? But then when you are like in the second year of engineering, that's when they will teach you to use the sliding rule. And then I miss it because it changed, and then they start having those Texas Instruments, and eventually later on the Hewlett Packards.
Yeah.
A lot easier.
Yeah.
But look at the trajectory. Sliding rules to Texas Instrument to Hewlett Packard, mainframe IBM computer with cards with the.
Oh yeah, the punch cards.
The punch cards. You probably remember that, Roy, and you were in computer, correct?
Yeah. You had the teletype. You had the teletype tapes for loading programs.
Exactly.
Right. You had the teletype tapes. You use it to punch out the code on the, punch it out, make multiple copies. And then they had two kinds of paper. They had the yellow one that was cheap, and then they had the blue one that was a much stronger material that would last longer. And you'd punch it out, and then when you had to run a test, you'd have to feed it through the reader. Feed it through the reader to be able to run a test. And sit there and hit it. It would hit.
When I started computers, there were still a few of those around. And
and then you made a mistake, and then you had to do it all over again. The worst was with the cards. If you didn't, they teach you to put an index, correct? Because if you drop your box, they all get out of order. Then you have to go card by card. What is this?
Excuse me, the doorbell's making noises.
Okay, we're getting ready to call it a night. I think anyway. It's after 2:00, and we bypassed talking about pictures for a while.
That's all right.
Other than colorization, which is still part of photography, actually. But
Not being a computer.
yeah, so yeah, I mean, well, hey, your camera's a computer now, right? People don't.
Exactly.
People complain about when people complain about, and I don't care what brand it is. You complain about, oh, the firmware upgrade didn't work perfectly. Some people had a problem. I mean, you're dealing with computers. You're dealing with high tech stuff. I mean, in an extremely small package. You know, when you think about it, because you got mechanical components. It's not just all electronic. You got mechanical components. You got things that move. You got, and in the old days, you had mirrors that had to get out of the way. You had all this other stuff going on, and very complicated things.
Exactly.
If you have a problem, it's like it's easy to get mad because it's not cheap stuff, but man, there's a reason it's not cheap.
And it costs you $900.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
But anyway, I think we're going to call it a night, and we want to thank Roy from coming back on, and hopefully
Still kicking.
every week from here on out, I hope.
I try to.
And appreciate everybody in the chat sticking with us. And as always, we tried to mix it up a little bit tonight. I think hopefully people enjoy us sharing a little bit of a photo, a photo here or there, and a little bit of joking, a little bit of horsing around. I mean, it's why take life too seriously, right? And so I just hope, if Chuck watches the show, Chuck, we're thinking of you. We hope you're continuing to go forward. We miss you. We want to have you back. And please get in touch with us. Let us know how you're doing. Pop in the show for a half hour, whatever, just to show that perfect haircut. We got to see it, man. We just got to see it.
Another rant.
Yeah. Pick something to rant about.
And send us some photos. So Jeff put the instruction for the photo review so that we can finish with that one there, so people can go to the end of the 5 hours and then take the instruction.
Here you go. It's your last your last tidbit of information before the show next week. So write this down. And don't be afraid to send the stuff in. Don't worry about how many pictures we got so far. Pretend I got zero. Just send in some images. Who's counting? I'm not counting. This is actually probably the most pictures I've had with a week left to go, because normally I get about, I'd say 40% or 50% of the pictures I get the last week. So to have as many as I have with 1 week left to go is pretty darn good. Very happy about that. So anyway, everybody have a great one. We hope to see you again next week. And great to see Roy. Great to see Gustavo and all our other guests that came on, David, and having Joey pop up for a little while just so we could pretend we have young people in here watching the show. It's always good to have him pop in. And we just got to get him to drag in some more Canadian friends that are his age, so that we can improve our demographics a little bit. But everybody have a great time. Go out there and shoot. I've been very busy shooting. I've been shooting a lot more. It's tiring. It's more tiring than I thought it would be. I was complaining I wasn't getting out enough, and now it's like I'm getting out too much, But it's fun. It's fun. So everybody have a good one.
Bye.
Two thumbs. Nothing. Look at it.
Even the computer's slow.
If I go like this, there you go.
It's a sad computer.
That's sad, Jeff. There we go. I got to line up the thumbs better. I don't know. But anyway, everybody have a good one. We'll see you. See you next week. And hey, send me random stuff. Send me ideas. Send me emails, man. I'm here. Every time David Stewart calls me, he says, Jeff, are you at your computer again? I go, yeah, where else am I going to be? I'm always at my computer again. So have a good one, everybody, and we'll see you later.